Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. What is it been? Okay, councillors, I'm sorry for that delay, but to the people watching on YouTube, it's important that you can also hear us. So we're ready to start again. Mr. Mayor, you may start again after the moment silence.
Thank you very much. Let me just have a look here. Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you very much, colleagues. When this government was elected 3.5 years ago, we pledged to speed up the delivery of more affordable accommodation across Cape Town. Specifically, we made 4 pledges. 1, to cut red tape to empower the private sector to build more affordable homes. 2, to make it easier for micro developers to build more rental units. 3, to release more city-owned land for social housing development. and 4, to fight for the release of massive plots of land owned by the national state. On the first, we have passed a significant legislative reform to make it quicker and easier to get building approval in Cape Town. On the second, we've made it possible for the first time for micro developers to build rental units. We've started our first township development fund to help reduce development costs. And we've developed pre-approved off-the-shelf building plans for micro developers, and we've rolled out planning support officers to smooth the way for the first time. On the third, we've released much more city-owned land parcels in well-located parts of the city, close to jobs, and we've done so at greater scale. To put this in perspective, we've released more land for social housing in this term of office to date than in the 10 years prior to that combined. On the fourth, we are finally getting much more cooperation than ever before from the national state in working towards the release of additional land for housing in Cape Town. And today, Madam Speaker and colleagues, we take another big step forward in that critical third pledge to unlock more city-owned land to deliver more affordable housing for Cape Townian families. The most obvious way to break down the spatial legacy of the apartheid era is to offer far more affordable housing options in well-located parts of the city. And so we have really accelerated our efforts to unlock city-owned land for more affordable housing over the past few years. And this model holds the key to unlocking affordable housing for thousands more families in our city. This is not something the state, whether that's the city government, the province, or the national government, can ever truly deliver at the required scale and pace. But in partnership with the private sector, we can scale this up many times and build as big and as fast as the availability of land allows. And we've done some pioneering work here that all of us here in our council who have supported these initiatives should feel proud of. For example, we have published for the first time a set of clear and transparent discount criteria by which we will discount public land to maximize affordable housing yield. Developers bidding on these properties have to meet a minimum threshold of social housing units or affordable housing units as part of their mixed-use development. And if they were to fail to meet that threshold for whatever reason, our reversionary clause would kick in and the property would revert to the city. Let me remind you that when we speak of social housing, we are talking about subsidized affordable rental units aimed at families with a monthly household income of under 22,000 Rand a month. We now have a pipeline of those units of more than 12,000 units coming up, with 4,000 of which are in inner city areas such as Woodstock, Salt River, and Maitland. But the really big items, the big news here in council today is that we are voting today to approve the final release to the developer of one of the best located and most exciting sites in our whole social housing pipeline. We call it the Fruit and Veg site because it's the location of the existing Food Lovers Market store, formerly known as the Fruit and Veg store, which is made up of two urban that lie just between Kent and Bloemhof streets, right on the edge of District 6 and the CBD. In fact, looking out of my office, I can see the site right up there on Ruland Street. When you travel up Ruland Street towards the start of Philip Gosana, you will see that large Food Lovers Market shop on your left. That is it. And colleagues, I know we will all agree that locations do not get much better than this. Right on the edge of the CBD, within walking distance of the city center. This is a 3,500 square meter property, and it's just a block away from two MyCity bus stations in Buitenkant and in Ruland. This property is close to schools. It's mere blocks away from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and you have the entire city center with all of its jobs and economic opportunities right on your doorstep. So this is the kind of address that can change people's lives for the better and open up entire new avenues of opportunity for them. And by guaranteeing a large number of subsidized social housing units as part of this development, we can make sure that this prime property serves Cape Townians well. So how many units will be delivered here? Initially, when these two urban were earmarked for development and announced to the public in this council back in 2022 or 23, we targeted around 180 social housing units in the development. But I'm very pleased to tell you today that the successful bidder and our social housing partner on this project, who are called the YG Group, have proposed a yield of 237 social housing units for the site as part of a larger mixed-use development, which will also include around 430 square meters of retail space on the ground floor. That means that 237 Cape Town families who will get to embark on a wonderful new chapter of their lives right here in the inner city. But that is not all. As they say, that's not all. We will also be voting today on the in-principle approval for the release of several urban of city-owned land in Beacon Hill to the north of the city, as well as a very large property west of the N7 near Kalani Gardens called Annandale, and another, the largest property we've released yet, at Paardevlei in Somerset West, which are all earmarked for mixed-use development with an affordable housing component, including gap housing. All of these developments will benefit from the steps we have taken in this council in recent years to maximize the affordable housing yield on the land that we release. This includes the water, electricity, and property rates discounts we offer for social housing developments, which is another South African first started right here in Cape Town. All of these interventions and these releases today, these 3 or 4 new releases today, will help ensure that many, many more Cape Townians can make the jump, the leap from informal housing to quality, dignified, and affordable rental units. And Madam Speaker and colleagues, we are not the only ones tackling this housing challenge. Our friends in the provincial government in Wales Street are also doing a fantastic job in the social housing space too, with 3 large projects that they are working on in the inner city. The biggest of these, the recently unveiled Founders Garden mixed-use development situated just over the road from our civic center here, next to the Artscape Theatre, is the largest inner city housing development and will deliver 1,400 social housing units along with 1,100 open market units. We as the city are very proud to be partners in that development, with the city making a significant financial contribution to the cost of bulk services for that site's construction. These housing projects by the provincial government, in partnership with the city, have our full support, and we will continue to play the enabling role that we can, as well as contribute financially where we can. Colleagues, I must again stress, I've raised this before here, that the constraints to the national housing subsidy regime present the biggest obstacle and handbrake to our social housing program. We have got lots and lots of land through this pipeline, as I've just explained, and as we have seen in this council over the months, a constant, steady pipeline of land release coming from the city. And that means that social housing projects or proposed social housing projects in Cape Town now dominate the pipeline of the National Social Housing Regulatory Authority, an organization called SHRA, the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. This is the organization that has to actually provide the state subsidy for these projects to happen. But they are really held back by a lack of subsidy funding from the national government. And if they are held back and cannot subsidize and fund these projects, that means there is a risk that that pipeline of released land does not translate into real projects if they cannot obtain the subsidy. So the support that we are offering these projects, the various discounts that I've detailed above, they are not enough to make these projects viable. They require subsidy from the SHRA. And if those subsidies are not forthcoming, then these projects have the potential to run into trouble. So we need national government to come to the party when it matters, in their actual budgets, as opposed to in the promises made during State of the Nation addresses. This is the difference between dialoguing all the time and actually getting things done. We are in the business of getting things done, and far too often we find that our colleagues in the national state are in the business of dialoguing, constant dialoguing. So pro-poor grant funding to metros that spend these funds well and responsibly is one of the best ways that the national government can spend its money. And we also need the true size and growth of our metro to reflect in a fair, equitable share from national government. It is crucial that all three spheres of government pull together in the same direction to deliver affordable housing at scale and pace in our metro. Colleagues, project by project and land parcel by land parcel, we are steadily chipping away at the massive demand for affordable housing in Cape Town. And every time such a project or another land parcel comes through our council, then eventually we see new tenants being given their keys and families moving into those homes. And a growing number of Cape Townian families get to reimagine their future and restart their dreams. So I really cannot wait for us to break ground on the development at the fruit and veg site. As I said, I can see it from here. And I really look forward to seeing the construction equipment rolling onto site there and getting underway. I also can't wait for construction to start at Salt River Market. It's a bit harder for me to see the Salt River Market, but I go and check on it often, and soon we will be moving to construction there. And of course, at Newmarket down the road at District 6, we also there are moving towards construction sometime in 2026, and others too. When I see all of these projects coming through the pipeline, we can feel a great sense of gratification and thankfulness that which we pledged to do in 2021, we have done. We are delivering on those things. Again, while others are dialoguing, we are sorting these problems out. We are fixing things. We are delivering. So it's going to be great to watch these projects rise from the ground over the next year. It was exciting to announce the release of such a prime piece of land as the fruit and veg site a couple of years ago. We announced its first release. It's in principle approval to go through the public participation and all of the regulations and processes. And now today, even more exciting to see it transferred to the developer so that building can get underway. As far as well-located affordable housing in Cape Town goes, it really does not get much better than this. So I hope that you will join me in giving this vote your full and unanimous support a little bit later today. This is how we make history in Cape Town. This is how we deliver on our pledges, and this is how we build a city of hope. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of Rule 11.2, the following parties have an opportunity now to ask you a question. ARA, the ACDP, the ANC, Al-Jamar and the NCC. So we'll start with ARA, Councillor Claassen.
Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Mayor, right now, Cape Town currently is sitting over 400,000 backyard dwellers. And these families have been waiting for decades for decent housing. And while today in Council we celebrate the achievements that you have just spoken about, land that's being released, but instead of addressing the crisis with dignity, Mayor, this administration is chasing stats for PR purposes. And why do we say that? Because the type of houses that's being built, tiny, inferior structures, and really that traps people in overcrowded spaces. And this creates social ticking time bombs of crime, poverty, and family breakdown. And so our question to you, do you consider it acceptable leadership to brag rather about the numbers on paper, while tens of thousands of backyard dwellers and people that's waiting for homes remain forgotten in shacks, and so-called housing solutions are setting communities up for collapse? Mayor, it's very clear. We celebrate the housing, we celebrate what's been happening. We need more housing, but we also, not just for state purposes, need to build. We need to build quality homes. We cannot build the type of homes that's being built. It's cramping people together, and we would like as ARA to know what the city, you with your administration, will do to mitigate these problems that we are sitting with. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen, and thank you for celebrating the progress that we are making. It's important to keep in mind some of the relevant detail here, Councillor Claassen. The state's housing program has experienced shrinking subsidies and shrinking grants over the last 10 years. And we all understand the reasons for that. I don't need to go into those reasons. The state is increasingly bankrupt. So, and at the same time, so as your grant has been going down, your cost of construction has been going up. And that means that you can obviously deliver fewer and fewer units. So the answer can never lie with the state solving South Africa's housing crisis. That it's just not going to happen. It's just a simple question of maths. The state cannot afford to build fast enough and at the requisite scale. So what we have tried to do in Cape Town is look for ways to unlock more private sector development and construction to help with affordable housing. Because there are a huge number of people who do not necessarily require completely free housing, that they can actually afford, but they can't find anything in the market that they can afford. So you've got to figure out a way to unlock more affordable housing construction. And just think of the ways that we have done that. Again, the small scale rental unit program, the micro developer program, is, I think, going to really, over the next decade, change the face of Cape Town for the better and get potentially hundreds of thousands of people out of backyards and out of shacks and give them a place where they can actually afford to rent and to live in a more dignified structure. Similarly, what we are doing with social housing, all of this land release, helps to get people out of informality and out of backyards at a faster pace. What we are doing with our Township Development Fund and our discount criteria, all of these things help. They are all adding to the kind of battle to get more affordable housing. Of course, there will still remain a big chunk of people who cannot afford anything and have to have a fully free subsidized house, and that can only be provided by the state for obvious reasons. And that, I'm afraid, will take an incredibly slow time given those declining grants over time. Now, when you have a choice, you can provide a very large home for a very small number of people, very expensive building costs, or you can try and help a greater number of people and get people out of shacks and backyard structures and into formal structures. So, I think that's always a debate, but I think it's more important at this stage to get more and more people out of informality as quickly as possible, because we cannot really have a good society and a successful society when we have so many people growing up in informal settlements and in backyard structures in South Africa. As it goes to quality, of course, I agree with you that these structures are costing a lot of money. They must be built to a high degree of quality. There are a number of regulations in place. The NHBRC, I think, is the regulator for building quality, and all of those developers have to be registered with the NHBRC, and there's a proper process to follow if they do not build up to standard. And I have no doubt that process is followed. And if you are aware of examples where it isn't followed, then you should please report that.
Thank you. The next question from the ACDP is Councillor Page. Councillor. Councillor, unmute yourself. Councillor Page. All right. We'll move on to Councillor Tito. Can you give Councillor Tito from the ANC an opportunity? Councillor Tito, can you unmute your mic? Councillor Page, your mic has been unmuted on the IT side, so you need to now unmute it on your computer. Do you want to try that?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Okay, who have we got now?
Okay, Councillor Page here.
Is that Councillor Page? All right, continue, Councillor Page, with your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillors, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your speech. I know, Mr. Mayor, that this is before your time, 2010. A sports facility building was built in Mitchells Plain at a cost of 29 million rand. It is equivalent to about 230 RDP houses and maybe a few community halls or some clinics. See that I serve on the community and health portfolio. As the ACDP, Mr. Mayor, we have a question with a concern. What kind of engineers did the city use that could not pick up that the ground was a landfill ground and not suitable for such a huge structure? And the broader community is not happy. The ratepayers' money is now down the drain. 29 million rand has been spent in order to build that Swartklip Sports Complex. And now the building must be demolished. Our question is, couldn't the engineers
conclude
in the first place, study the ground?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam.
Mr. Mayor, you got the gist of that?
Yes, I completely agree with Councillor Page. It's a very sad situation that building has to be demolished. It's a great location, and you can see at one stage in its life it was a great building and a great facility, but it is now so deteriorated structurally that it is unsafe for human use, and must unfortunately be demolished. It's never nice to have to demolish a facility like that. But yes, as you say, it was built obviously in a great hurry before the 2010 World Cup, and without adequate care and attention to the soil conditions beneath the building. And as a result, it has just very, very quickly, just in the space of 10 years or so, has basically started to collapse and is now no longer safe. So I really agree with you. I've tried to follow up who exactly was involved in that. I'm afraid, most of the people who were involved in it no longer work at the City of Cape Town. They've either retired or moved on to other things over the years. But yes, we should never, ever accept that kind of shoddy work in the city. We want to be a city that sets high standards and, stays at a standard of excellence. And that is certainly not that. So unfortunately, it has to go now, and I would prefer it to go quick, so that we can actually, remove it as a place where homeless people are living, where crime is taking place, and so on, and start to get on to planning what can be done to improve other sporting facilities in the area. But I really agree with you, Councillor Page.
Thank you very much. Can we go now to Councillor Tito? Councillor Tito, you can unmute your mic. Councillors, I just want to remind you, a memo was sent out on how to access IT, how to get onto the system, how to register, etc., etc., etc. If you're stuck, either phone IT or go read the memo. Thank you. Councillor Tito, are you ready? Councillor Haynes, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, Speaker, good morning, Speaker, thank you, and good morning to everybody. Before you go to Councillor Tito, I just want to register with you that councillors do follow the process as per guided as per the memo.
That's not on the agenda at the moment. We're in questions to the Mayor. Can Councillor Tito ask his question, or we're going to move on? We'll come back, Councillor Haynes.
Very
but
rude, man. Our councillors are struggling to get into the meeting because they kept on being kicked out. What is
Well,
not on the issue?
are they on Global Connect? Global Protect. Are they on Global
Yes.
Protect? All right. So if they've got a problem, they must phone up. That was the advice that was given to them. They must phone IT. They will walk them through it or help them. Councillor Tito, have you unmuted? All right. Councillor Mukungwana, I don't want to take any other questions other than the questions to the mayor at this time. I will come back to you. Can we go to Al Jamar, Councillor Sali? We are allowing an extra little bit of time for the councillors to unmute themselves. Councillor Sali, you've been unmuted. Can you ask your question? You must unmute your own mic. All right. Seems we have a problem there. Let's go to the NCC, Councillor Goliath. Councillor Goliath, can you unmute yourself and ask your question? As a person myself who is not particularly IT literate and who has to regularly get updates on how the process works, please feel free to ask for advice when you need it. So Councillor Tito, Councillor Sali and Councillor Goliath are all unmuted on the system. If you can find your mic button on the top and unmute yourselves, you can ask your questions in the order of the ANC, Al Jamar and then NCC. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Madam Speaker, I see Councillor Sali struggling to unmute herself. I don't know if she would like to type her question in the chat box. I'm happy to answer it like that.
Okay, Councillor Sali, do you want to do that? Carry on. And then Councillor Tito and Goliath, you're also welcome to do that if you can't unmute. Mr. Mayor, you have the question and the concern from Councillor Sali. Can you address that?
Thank you very much. I think I get the gist of her question. The concern is surrounding infrastructure already under strain. Is this being taken into account? I presume this is these new affordable and social housing developments that we are proposing. Yes, it is true, Councillor, that almost everywhere in Cape Town, our existing infrastructure is under strain. I do not believe that we can simply stop all development and building because the infrastructure is under strain. What we have to do is catch up with infrastructure investment. And that is exactly what we are trying to do with our huge infrastructure investment program. I agree that we are still not actually catching up fast enough, but we are catching up as fast as our funding allows us to do so. And I keep repeating the point that we've got to have more attention on infrastructure funding in South Africa if our cities are to properly repair themselves and prepare for the future in the case of Cape Town. For example, I saw the president speaking at one of these now many G20 meetings that is taking place right here in Cape Town at the CTICC. He spoke late last week, or maybe early this week. I think it was late last week at a G20 water infrastructure meeting. Yes, it was late last week because I know that Councillor Badruddin was actually there. And there, the headline from that in the paper was, well, the government must invest in more water infrastructure in South Africa, and particularly at a local government level. Of course, that is just stating the complete obvious. Obviously, we must invest in more water infrastructure at local government level in South Africa. That's not the issue. The issue is how to fund it, because it is extremely, extremely expensive, as we've seen. So yes, we have to build more affordable houses. Yes, our infrastructure is under pressure, and we have to push the infrastructure investment pipeline to make sure that we can keep up with that pressure. And yes, we need to get access to additional infrastructure funding so that we can so that we can actually fund that.
Thank you very much. I don't see a question from Councillor Tida. Councillor Tida, have you managed to unmute yourself? Councillor Goliath, have you managed to unmute yourself? Otherwise, put your questions in the iron box so that the mayor can then deal with them. You're both unmuted on the system. All right. I think there is need for more IT training amongst all of us. But in the meantime, we are going to move on if there's no further questions. Can we then move on, Chief Whip, to applications for leave of absence? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dambuza, what is your point of order?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
I can. I'm just
Okay.
waiting for Councillor Dambuza to give his point of order. Is Councillor Dambuza's mic unmuted? It is unmuted, Councillor. You need to unmute on your side.
I've been doing that all the time.
Well, that's good, because now we can hear you. Put your point of order.
The point of order is that when there are questions to the mayor after his speech, the questions are not written. The questions are asked by the person who's asking a question. So you asking people to write on the iron box the question is out of order. And
Thank you. That's not a point. That is not a point of order. The mayor, I beg your pardon. The mayor repeated the question. Thank you. We'll move on, Councillor Fasaki.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Councillors. Speaker, the apologies for today are as follows. Councillors August, Hendricks, Julie Mkalasi, Nielsen, Kasheka, Nkumbolu, Andrews, and Low. On sick leave will be Councillor Dudley, Nchweza, and Councillor De Beer. Late arrival this morning is Councillor Terblanche, and early departure will be Councillor Makungwana, who will leave the meeting at 11:45 and then return again at 1 p.m. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors, party whips that want to register a apology in the I box? Councillor Tandela, are you wanting to raise an apology? Because that's the issue we're on now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We need now to be able to type very quickly this meeting, because now I think we're being challenged. Speaker, yes, I think as you said, we must write on the IM. We'll be leaving early at about 1 o'clock today. But the typing skills now, it's being challenged, Speaker. I have to bring it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You're the one that's the IT specialist, but thank you anyway.
Councillor Maziz with Councillor Kwebulana. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I mean, what is the point?
The point is Councillor Maz is not logged in.
Okay.
She is with Councillor Kwebulana.
Thank you for saying that, and we will get IT to sort that out and register in as being present. Thank you very much. Councillor Haynes?
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies for the late raising my hand. I want to register apology for Councillor Sotasha. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. We will note that as well. All right, councillors. Then we move on to the announcements by the Speaker, and there's no announcement at this point. And we move on to section 5, which is official notices from the city manager or acting city manager in the meeting. Nothing from you.
There's nothing from us.
No. All right. Thank you very much. We go on to section 6, and that's the confirmation of the minutes. There's one set of minutes for the confirmation, and that's the ordinary meeting on the 30th of July, 2025. And we start on page 5. Can we confirm those minutes? Are those hands for corrections? Councillor Cupido, are you moving or are you correcting? Councillor Cupido? Councillor Cupido?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Now only Speaker, they unlock, open the thing. I've been trying to unmute myself. It's IT, that's the problem. It's correction, Speaker. CO7, C15, C26, we voted against, it's not there. C17, C18, C31, C33, C42, C47 to C69, we abstained from. It's not on in the minutes, and I wish for it to be recorded. Thank you.
Okay, we will check the actual recordings and correct that if necessary. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry, some of those were submitted like we have agreed to on items that's agreed to no speaking, but we register our concerns that has been submitted. So we have done that. However, it's not on the agenda. That's what I'm referring to. Thank you.
No, I understand that. So we're going to check that because you the comments that you made in the meeting around those items which were agreed needed to be corrected or minuted. Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Haynes next. Oh no, sorry, Councillor Tandela next.
No, thank you very much. Speaker, the Councillor Yeko was recorded as absent with not apology. It was raised in the WIP's meeting, but I hope that has been corrected. So I just need to register that in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, thank you once again, Speaker. Speaker, I don't know what it is that you are saying to us when we raise our hand. You are asking if we raise our hands on a particular question. We are raising our hands because we are on an item. In the agenda, in the minutes of the last meeting, Councillor Treza is listed without an apology. I've raised it in the WIPS meeting. Can the minutes please be corrected? There is a leave form and a sick note submitted for him officially from my office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll get that corrected. And then Councillor Mugungwana.
Speaker, good morning and good morning, everybody. I want to correct the minutes in terms of item C70. The vote of the UDM is not recorded as against that item.
Councillor, I'm battling to understand what exactly you said there.
C70. The UDM vote is not registered correctly there. It's not reflected in fact.
Is that a CIC item?
Yes, that was a CIC item.
All right, we will check that. Thank you very much. Thank you. We now, with those corrections, can we confirm the minutes? Thank you very much. We move on then to the remainder of the agenda, and I want to say that at the WIPS meeting, the following items were agreed. Item in volume 2B, item 10, 14, and 17B. In volume 3A, items 19 through to 29. In volume 3B, items 31, 32, 34, and then 36 through to 40. In volume 4, items 46 to 48, 50 and 51, which are all for noting. Are there any parties who wish to raise comments regarding these items for the minute purposes? All right, we're moving on. Thank you. Councillors, that brings us to the number of councillors in the chamber. And we have 214 councillors present. We will just read through the numbers, and if these numbers are incorrect for you, please put it in the iron box. And we will make sure that Councillor Mazwi is also included. So I'm just reading it for you to confirm. The ANC, we have 36 councillors. The DA, we have 31. The other, we have 2. The DA, we have 131, yes. Sorry. The other, we have 2. The ACDP, we have 5. ARC is not present. Al Jamar, we have 3. The CCC, we have 7. Cape Exit, we have 2. The DI, we have 1. CMC, we have 1. EFF, we have 8. Freedom Front Plus, we have 4. Good, we have 8. The PA, we have 4. The PAC, we have 1. UDM, we have 1. And URM is not present today. Thank you. If that's if there's any dispute around any of that, please put it in the iron box for the Secretariat to confirm. Councillors, we now move.
Just quickly get the figure for the ANC. Sorry, I missed it.
Councillor, we have 36 ANC online registered. Thank you. So we're moving then on to the remainder of the agenda, and that is volume 2A, item 4. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor From Cape Exit, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, sorry, if you can just give me a moment. Okay, great. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, Cape Town taxpayers are drowning. This report highlights once again a problem that we have consistently raised, and that is the City of Cape Town has access to too little revenue with too little administrative authority over the revenue that it does have, or in other words, unconditional grants. And as a result, you are forced to adopt extreme measures to fill your revenue shortcomings, such as taking loans, relying on interim funding from internal resources, or as we saw in last month's budget, likely unconstitutional tariffs, which all end up being burdened on the Cape Town taxpayer. I also see with concern that later today, we'll be noting one such loan from the IFC, or International Finance Corporation. And as we know, all loans are debts with interest, which in the end, Cape Town taxpayers again will be paying for. A few days ago, you publicly stated that the city will have a shortfall of 4.2 billion rand if the SAPOA court case wins, which as we saw in Gauteng recently, it almost inevitably will. When you consider that Cape Town pays 230 billion rand to National Treasury and we get back less than 5 billion rand, your 4.2 billion rand is a drop in the ocean, less than 2% of what we give away. The Cape Independence Party, Cape Exit, was an amicus applicant to that court case until you, the City of Cape Town, and your lawyers specifically barred us from contesting. The question, Mayor, is why? Our application was very simple. It was for the court to rule that the National Treasury should be forced to allow more revenue to stay here in the City of Cape Town. You, Mayor, specifically rejected this court application. In light of the concerns raised in this adjusted budget, my question is, why, Mayor, would you rather increase taxes on Cape Town residents so heavily and block our court application to force the national government to give you and the City of Cape Town more revenue? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker there is Councillor Nimwet Hout from the PA.
Good morning, colleagues. I just want to rectify that, Madam Speaker. It's Nimmer Hout, Councillor Nimmer Hout.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor Nimmer Hout. Continue.
Good morning, Speaker and fellow councillors. We are dealing with the adjustment budget. This is the item where the City of Cape Town shows that what it does with the people's money. And the truth is simple. The City of Cape Town has the money, but the DA don't know how to spend it. The budget tells us billions are being funded, fully funded for that. Money is coming from national government, provincial government, borrowings, and the city's own surpluses. Yet, projects stand still, toilets are not being built, cemeteries are not being upgraded, housing projects are delayed year after year. This is not a funding crisis. This is actually a DA delivery crisis. The mayor is out on social media chasing likes and posting selfies, while inside this chamber, his own budget confesses failure. He wants to be an influencer and not a leader. He ticks compliance boxes, but our people cannot eat compliance. Speaker, look at the facts of this very agenda. Urban mobility gets over 3 billion rand. Energy gets more than 1.3 billion rand. Water and sanitation, over 5 billion rand. But human settlements, the directorate that must tackle the housing backlog of more than 350,000 families, just get a budget of 1.2 billion. That is less than 10% of the capital budget. Roads are paved with billions while houses are being given scraps. And what happens to the little that is allocated? Projects are rolled over. Informal trading markets in Khayelitsha, Wallisdean, and Massapumalele are delayed again. Cemeteries in Mitchells Plain and Atlantis stand still. Ablution blocks in Bonteheuwel are not completed. And I must call it the ward councillor, Councillor Angus McKenzie. He's quick with Facebook posts and hashtags, but he cannot even deliver working toilets for the people he claims to represent. The people of Bonteheuwel deserve dignity, not excuses and selfies and hashtags from their councillor. Even basic equipment for fire safety has gone missing at the airport. This is not delivery. This is a city that cannot manage its own contractors and tenders. And let us not forget the numbers that the DA themselves put in this agenda. 190,498 households still fetch water from communal taps. 73,680 households are stuck with septic tanks. 19,842 households still do not have proper electricity. And 634,093 households are below the minimum standard for refusal removal. This is the reality of Cape Town in 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Botha-Rousseau.
Thank you, Speaker. With reference to the 77.4 million accumulated surplus for capital replacement reserve, waiting for the rollover approval, we acknowledge the contractual committed projects can't be halted, but what can be prevented is the many UIFW cases. So therefore, we urge at the city manager, administration and EDs to make 100% sure to follow the MFMA, and we also urge the mayor to convey the message to all concerned that we must cut down on UIFW expenses because that is stealing the money from our capital projects. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Mazwi. And if you are still on Councillor Kobelana's computer, then you will unmute you there. Okay, you are unmuted. Continue.
Mandibulise kwi-councillors, ndibulise kubahlali bonke base-Western Cape. Ndibulele kakhulu kubahlali base-Western Cape ngendumo ezulu ye-12th anniversary of the EFF that was held in Khayelitsha. Siyabulela kakhulu kubahlali base-Western Cape. The item before us, Adjustment Budget 2025-26 financial year, recommends that Council, in terms of Section 28 of the MFMA, adopts the amendment proposed for incorporation. Speaker, there's someone who's speaking as well. Into 2025-26 adjustment budget as contained in Annexure A to the report of the agenda. The primary reason for the recommendation is the rollover of capital funding for carryover commitments from 2024-25 financial year. Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this proposal amendment for incorporation into the 2025-26 adjustment budget and rollover of unspent funds. The Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 28(2)(e) states that an adjustment budget may authorize the spending of funds that were unspent at the end of the first financial year where the underspending could not be reasonably have been foreseen. As the EFF will note and rejects the administration reason for recommending an August 2025 adjustment budget and rollover of capital funding for carryover commitments from the 2024-2025 financial year. We do so because the amount of unspent funds as the Directorate on Community Projects is of grave concern. The proposed rollover amounts, namely, urban mobility, 128.4 million rands, water and sanitation, 42 million rands, human settlement, 16.1 million, energy, 25.7 million. The EFF rollovers amounting to 337 million are proposed in this amendment. Urban Mobility Directorate proposed a rollover of 9 million unconditional grant funding where the unspent funds are required for continued implementation in 2025-2026 financial year. Rollovers amounting to 8.9 million relating to capital grants and donation across various directorates due to 2024-25 unspent capital grant funds. The reason for unspent funds can be characterized as DA delays. Not all work planned for 2024-25 financial year could be completed by the 30th of June 2025.
Conclude, Councillor. Conclude.
Economic freedom fighters reject this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Cotti.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I thought I'm the last ANC speaker on this item.
Well, you're not, but if you'd like to be, that's fine. We'll move to Councillor Juza.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. This thing of this IT, because I hope that you are keeping my time, Speaker, because you already unmuted me.
Your time has started, Councillor. Start.
Yes, I'm saying that you unmuted my time. I unmuted me after some seconds.
No, it starts when you open your mouth, when we can hear you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, Speaker, let me start by saying that, you know, the EFF councillor got into context in this particular item. I'm so worried about this Capex guy, councillor. He's kind of like very lost in what we're discussing here because it was totally out of context as far as this item is concerned. In any case, Speaker, let me first start by saying today, the said proposed adjustment is a total failure of the rights of the people of Cape Town, particularly those that are residing in our poor parts of our communities. As the section 214, subsection 26 to C, D, F, particularly subsection 2G of the Constitution of the Republic. Speaker, one believes that failing of the Constitution, particularly by an organ of state on any juristic persons, equates to violation of the law. Speaker, my opening statement is guided by the MFMA section, which is section 28, particularly section 7, which refers us to section, which refers us to section 22, subsection 1B, section 23, subsection 3, and section 24, and section 24, subsection 3, which the Act states that this process and its application should be read as a reference to an annual budget, and the reasons for considering an adjustment budget, particularly zooming into section 23, subsection 1A and B, and also subsection 2A and B. I'm not going to go in depth on that. People can read that for themselves, which the administration did not bother to follow. Hence, we're finding ourselves in this predicament. Speaker, I'm saying this on the basis that despite the adherence to subsection 3 of the section 23 of the FMMA, none of the public hearings, annual budget submissions were heeded to, nor taken serious by this administration. This was attested by your own provincial counterparts through the Provincial Treasurer's Office, which said despite all these clean audits breaking rights and the city's administration's compliance to the MFMA, this municipality's financial planning continues to fail to deliver basic services to our poor communities. Because despite the pleas and submissions from the people of Samora, Philippi, Guguletu, Vala Park, Bishop Levis, Pontivel, etc., through public hearings and their council representatives on the rehabilitations of their old apartheid special planning road infrastructure, the delayed and the not progressing PTI project in Nyanga East, still the Urban Mobility Directorate under Councillor Rob Quintas has underspent a staggering amount of 83.4 million of the city's budget, but continue to duplicate such projects, similar projects in areas such as Constituency to Kai, and very much quick to jump for any adversary when it comes to projects that affect big corporates such as Martin and East, and even be willing to undermine Municipal Structures Act and invite judicial persons in our municipal platforms. The same people this administration is now neglecting
is the same people that in no time the entire group sitting on the other side of the room will be running for votes and through such false promises. Whilst the poor aspiring informal traders of Tembo Kwezi, Makaza, Gatesville have been patiently waiting for the completion of the informal trading base upgrade, that is totally not progressing. With us here in this council only be furnished with this lame excuse of poor supply chain management and this maladministered procurement unit, was the responsible unit of economic growth have underspent a budget of 30.5 million. Speaker, this is a violation of the said section 214, subsection 2C, D, F, particularly G of the South African Constitution. Speaker, in respect of section 23, subsection 1, A, 2A, and B, and the pleas from the opposition benches, all the public hearings, why are the people of Kwalanga, Guguletu, Menenberg, Nyenga East, and many others, whom still reside in the city's CRU, such as hostels and rental units, still struggle when it comes to maintenance and repair services? Whilst also the department has recently failed to meet the land acquisitions, which was supposed to be registered by the 30th of June 2025, which could have made the municipality to miss its municipal women's settlements obligations. While the directorate has underspent a figure of 42.6 million in its set annual budget. Speaker, I'm saying this is nothing but some form of a KGB war against the African and Carib Capetonian residing within the municipality and a defiance of our hard-earned democracy. As you can see that even the children and the youth are not spared in this purge. Looking at the state of our recreational and municipal facilities that is deteriorating, with some accommodating ECDs with no security measures, and have recently been targeted by criminals for criminal crimes such as hijackings, robberies, whilst the responsible directorate has underspent to a tune of 8 million. The question is why? And how do we find ourselves in such a poorly coordinated financial flow mess whilst our residents
conclude, Councillor, conclude.
Speaker, all we are saying that as the ANC, we note
Thank
this
you.
report.
Thank you. Councillor Badela. Councillor Badela. Councillor Stearman, please put your issue in the iron box. Councillor Badela.
Am I audible, Madam Speaker?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Speaker. This morning, too, we are coerced to form part of the misuse pieces of legislature, Section 28 of the MMA, to adopt and amend proposed incorporation into the 2025-2026 adjustment budget, August 2025, that the ongoing contractual committed project funded a national provincial allocation for which approval for unspent 2024-2025 budgetary allocation awaited. To be continued via interim funding from internal resources until the outcome of such a rollout application in appropriated into the 2025-2026 budget via January 2026 adjustment budget. In the last financial year, once again, we misled that the budget was pro-poor. It was a fallacy. Indeed, clean audit doesn't mean service delivery. On water and sanitation, I'd spent 42 million. In the full council, in the last full council, we're listening to the executive mayor bragging on how City of Cape Town, a well-run city, outperformed all other metros. Once more misled the citizen of Cape Town about the actual percentage, leaving out the rollovers that have occurred or variant as we are doing it today. The Mayor, Gordon Hill-Lewis, turned his podium into an award ceremony. Amongst those who were honored was the MMC of Water and Sanitation, who underperformed with a whopping 1 billion, which was allocated as a budget, concentrating on infrastructure as it deteriorates daily due to lack of maintenance. Athlone water waste treatment, upgrade post-dam water waste treatment, extension Cape Flats Aquifer, Hanover Park Philippi Atlantis Aquifer, upgrade of Vincent Management Aquifer, recharge. These are the projects that need attention. Basically, we need this project to be prioritized as the rollover money has been taking place. And these silly excuses that are made for not performing properly on project, like weather condition must be done before the next winter season. On the informal settlement, on the sanitation, we need a clear breakdown of these areas that will be benefiting even through sub-council and ward base. These issues of extortion, randomization, and escort must not be used as a reason to delay any project in our communities. I had to demonstrate just how DA takes poor people for granted. The absolute power in this municipality turns them into blind eye on the plight of our people and harsh reality in our communities. It must come to culmination. We are even celebrating a mediocrity. DA is dizzy with the power. This directorate was leading the negative environment last financial year. Indeed, clean audit doesn't mean a service delivery. On urban mobility, a whopping 128 billion was unspent. Urban Mobility Directorate proposed a rollover of 9 million unconditional grant funding, Oreo grant on the IRT Phase 2A depot building, Mitchells Plain Cape Town project, 6.8 million. IRT Phase 2A Vian Transport Interchange Percent project, 2.2 million, where 2024-2025 unspent funding are required for continued implementation of 2025 and 26 financial year. This background is a good indicator that poor planning has become a norm here. CRR, FF, EFF, CGD rollovers is proposed as interim funding funds that are required for items that were not delivered by the 30th June 2025 due to supply constraints, lack of stock availability following projects. Transport system management project upgrade, intellectual transport system. Madam Speaker, please allow me again to illustrate these few reasons of concern. Hout Bay Depot upgrade funds were required to process final invoices. Atlantis Depot, road rehabilitation, just to mention 3, Bondievel, 8 Manenberg. The constant receive excuse after excuse, like inclement weather and unknown ground services as hindrance for unspent.
Please.
I had 5 minutes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you've had 5 minutes and 18 seconds now.
Sure,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, you support it. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Cotti.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, last year in March 2024, the Mayor said the following: all the projects and investments that we have spoken about in the last 2 years and budgeted for, and the new ones that we will be speaking on about it this morning, are making a positive impact in the lives experience of all citizens in the city of Cape Town. Close quote. Unfortunately, Speaker, this is not a true reflection. This is not correct. This is not correct of the city not to be trusted, and the city and the DA administration cannot be trusted with a budget which comes to implement to the poorest of the poor that the city claimed to do. The ANC note this adjustment budget, but we have various concerns in our communities that we must still wait for another 12 months for basic service delivery regarding implementation of the budget and the projects in our areas. The Mayor, as the previous speaker said, is misleading the citizens of the city of Cape Town with the implementation of the budget and the service delivery. Rollover budget of 610 million rand for this financial year. The Speaker, services delayed is services denied to our city of Cape Town residents. Cape Flats and township communities must wait another year for proper basic services from the DA administration in which they claim to be the best well-run city in the country. Speaker, the budget this is a budget for the poor, which the Mayor every time said. Rollover budget projects that is not completed it amounts to almost 90% of those projects that comes from our Cape Flats and Township communities. You can see that on page 19 of the report. Speaker, as much as we welcome the investments in the Bishop Lavis upgrading of the Bishop Lavis sports field of 27 million, the mayor failed to indicate that the city also has a rollover of more than 400,000 on the synthetic pitch and 55,000 on the cricket nets. That's on page 24 if you have not read it. The ward councillor is busy making TikToks saying he's going to Durban, while the community in Bishop Lavis are looking for him to repair road upgrades and potholes in this area. Die burgemeester moet ook kaarte speel met die inwoners van Kaapstad. On the same page of page 19, community services and health rollover of 5.5 million, which indicates, as I said, 38 projects, and those projects are mainly in the poorest of the poor area. Else is an integrated project facility over 500 million, and this project was there also in the previous adjustment. Uluntu Park for over 200,000, Pella Sports Centers upgrading over 300,000, Mamre Sports Field over 105,000. Speaker, yeah, and I also want to say that I want to challenge the mayor to go to the Pella Sports upgrading field, where they upgraded the toilets. The mayor is a big person, big stature. He will not be able to turn in those toilets, how small those toilets are. On human settlements, 16 million upgrade rollover. Informal settlements upgrade. We saw this during the winter readiness program. There was no such a program in the city of Cape Town when it comes to informal settlements upgrade. Backyarders in informal settlements, 3.8 million. Informal settlements routine upgrade 7.7. Now, Mayor, if you talk about routine upgrades, it says basically we must just follow the standard operating procedures within the city of Cape Town, and that is a failure of the city of 7.4 million not being spent. Urban mobility 83.4 million. Again, as the previous speaker indicated, Bontewell is not assisted. Bishop Lavis and then the ward councillor, the chairperson of the sub-council indicated that implementation of the project will only happen in 2027 in January. How ridiculous must our people must wait another 18 months for implementation of this project. Rollover, chairperson, speaker, is an indication of the city's inability to spend its budget. Service delivery to our communities are being compromised. Many communities need water, housing, clean running water, provision of sanitation, and safe environment. City is not fixing our roads, our lights, overcrowding in informal settlements. Adjustment budget is employed to cover up non-service delivery in our city, in our area, and that constitutes fiscal dumping. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bandazaya. Councillor Bandezi, and then the mayor can come after that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Bandezi, not Bandazaya. Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes. Proceed.
Okay. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the national and provincial treasury require municipalities to apply for committed unspent conditional grant rollover of the previous financial year by the 31st of August each year. So it's not something new. This August adjustment budget is tabled before council so that ongoing contractual committed projects can be continued via interim internal funding until such time as rollover application for unspent 2024-2025 financial year budgetary allocations can be appropriated into the 2025-2026 budget via January 2026 adjustment budget. Madam Speaker, the 2024-2025 financial year recorded the highest total expenditure in grant funding over the 3-year period at approximately 4.85 billion rand. And this has obviously been supported by a steady budget increase from 4.67 billion rand in financial year 22-23. This on its own reflects continued strong financial discipline and enhanced fund utilization. Despite large budgets, the overall expenditure rate remained robustly at 92%, consistent with the previous years, and national grant expenditure improved from 92% in year 2022-2023 to 94% in year 2024-2025. And the majority of grants maintained near 100% spending, while significant grants such as the Urban Settlement Development Grant, USDG, and the Public Transport Network Grant, PTNG, sustained expenditure rates just above 90%. Overall, financial year 2024-2025 demonstrates a strong financial performance with increased budgets and sustained or improved spending efficiencies across the grants. Madam Speaker, it is therefore proposed that an amount of 77.4 million rand from accumulated surpluses be set aside to establish a capital replacement reserve for rollovers. This will provisionally fund, as I indicated, the contractual committed ongoing conditional grant funded project until the national and provincial government appropriate those rollovers in January. If a national or provincial treasurer do not approve the rollover of specific conditional grant funded project, the city will be able to continue funding these contractual committed projects from the CRR. Speaker, the budget amendments will not affect the provision of basic services and will in fact ensure that ongoing contractual committed projects are not unnecessarily delayed. We remain committed to implementing our capital program as the City of Cape Town, led by Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis. Not only that, we are committed to expanding it over time to create more jobs and stimulate economic growth so that the City of Hope becomes the blueprint of what is possible in this country. Madam Speaker, also I have an additional recommendation which has been signed and sent to your office. I believe that it has been circulated. So there's an added 2 recommendations because of that. And therefore, I would like to make those additional recommendations in respect of this adjustment budget. And addendum has been circulated to councillors, recommending the appropriation of 64 million rand on the capital budget in Human Settlements Directorate for 2025-2026. On the operating budget, it is recommended that a rollover of 91.8 million rand from Human Settlement Development Grant be incorporated for people's housing process projects and other top structure projects within Human Settlements Directorate. And the details are in the addendum, as I've indicated. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, it is recommended that the relevant legislated MBRR Schedule B tables be amended after council approval, but before submission due to the National Treasury of the adjusted budget. And also, Madam Speaker, I just wish to respond to a few of the councillors. Councillor from PA, all I can say is that indeed, people of South Africa deserve Angus Mackenzie, the deliver, not Gayton Mackenzie, the influencer. And I noted what Councillor Rousseau has indicated on UIFW. Indeed, I can never disagree with you on that. And as for Councillor Koti, he said DA cannot be trusted. That is rich coming from an ANC, and it's hilarious to say the least. I therefore recommend that the council approves and adopts the 2024-2025 August adjustment budget as set out in the relevant tables and annexures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That amendment has been circulated. Can I just, sorry, Mr. Mayor, that amendment has been circulated to all councillors and has been flighted, but we will flight it again. We will flight it again too. Mr. Mayor, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think Councillor Mbandezi responded brilliantly. I only want to respond to Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller did not submit a court application, as he said. That is not what he did at all. What he did was simply write a letter, and in his letter asked to be admitted as an amicus, and also sought a relief against the national government. Now, most lawyers would have been able to tell him that an amicus cannot ask the court for any form of relief, cannot ask the court for an order. Then you must join the action as a party to the court case, not as an amicus. So that is not what he did. And this case does not involve the national government, so he was barking up the wrong legal tree anyway. We replied to him to inform him of that and to let him know that if he wanted to submit a formal court application, then he could do so, but it would need to be reformulated. He has not done so. So I wanted to just inform the council about that, because it is not true what he said. Also, someone is typing an email, and we can all see it. I think you're sharing.
Yes, no, that is the amendment going out to everybody.
Okay.
As put forward by Councillor Mbandezi. All right. So have you concluded, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So we have the recommendation as amended by Councillor Mbandezi. This is an adjustment budget, so it requires a vote. The ANC's numbers have increased to 39. Everybody else is the same. We have 217 councillors on the platform. So I'm taking the vote. Those in favour? Good is abstaining. Any other party wishing to vote against? The PA is against. The EFF is rejecting it, which I presume is against. Al-Jamar is abstaining. The ANC supports the adjustment budget. ARA is abstaining. And the EFF has 10 councillors. Councillor, you need to correct that with, you're correct. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. It's been verified. And the DI is abstaining. The recommendation is carried. We're not going to go into a debate on this. We're going to move on to the next item, item C5, and the first speaker on that item is Councillor Stuurman. The NCC is against you. Thank you.
Manibulise kuwe Somlom nakuyo indlu ngokubanzi.
Getting to the House and to your Speaker.
Councillor, if you're going to, hang on a sec, please. If you're going to speak, Khoza, please speak a few sentences and allow the interpreter an opportunity to interpret for the rest of the meeting. You may proceed.
Okay. Speaker, ndivakalisa udano olukhulu.
I'm quite surprised, Speaker.
Kuba sinabantwana apha bayi-2 ebebesweleke ngokutshayiswa ziikreyini kodwa le ndlu kange ibanike mbeko nasidima.
We have 2 kids who were overrun by train, but this meeting didn't give any respect to that situation.
Loo nto ibonakalisa ukuthi linene ukuthi umbutho we-DA awunankathalo ngabantu abamnyama, kubi ngabantu abantsundu.
It's true. They're saying that DA doesn't care for black people, especially black people. It is true.
Masibulele ngamazwi enkxaso kubahlali base-Cape Metro xa i-DA bifuna usikhupha ngebhokisi kwikhansile edlulileyo.
Let's thank the Cape Metro people when the council, the DA council wanted, the DA councillors wanted to take us by force out of the last meeting.
Basiyalile kabahlali balapha eCape Metro bathi singaze sisele namanzi asuka kwi-DA singaze sitye nokutya okusuka kuyo ngoba cacile okokuba ifuna usibulala.
These people warned us that we should never even eat anything, nor drink anything from the DA because the DA wants to kill us.
Mandingene kwi-item ephambi kwam.
Let me go to the present item.
ERF 113.
RF 113.
Apho kuthethwa ngokuthengiselwa komhlaba ibandla elidala labapostile kwakunye nabaprofeti.
Where we refer to the selling of the property to the old church of the prophets.
Belingamelanga elibandla ukuthengiselwa lo mhlaba siyachasa oko singumbutho we-EFF.
This shouldn't happen, that this be sold to this particular church. We reject that.
Funa sikhumbule into yoba ngexesha lengcinezelo amabandla adlala indima enkulu.
Let's think back that during the time of apartheid, the churches played a very big role.
I-freedom fighters zazibamba imeeting kwezityalike.
Freedom fighters held meetings in the churches.
Sisomkelwa ngabe befundisi namhlanje sibathengisela imihlaba.
Being welcomed by the very same ministers who today we want to sell properties to.
Umama uMandisa Monakali, i-activist lalapha eGugulethu elafounder ilitha labantu liphuma kule tyalike.
Mama, Miss Mandisa Monakali, who founded Liva Labantu, comes from this particular church.
Usiya Kolisi ongukapteni weSpringbok uphuma kule tyalike namhlanje ithengisela umhlaba esikhundleni sobunikwe free yi-DA.
Same as Siyakolisi, who today is Springbok, today we are selling land to the church to whom he belongs.
Singumbutho we-EFF sithi le nkonzo mayufumane i-Old Apostolic lo mhlaba ngaphandle kokubhatala.
As the EFF party, we suggest that the Apostolic Church get this property free of charge.
Ngoba elibandla lidlala indima enkulu emphakathini linayo xa kuphela unyaka nomdyarho wabantu abatsha loo nto ibonakalisa ukuthi linikeza inkxaso ekuhlaleni.
This organization this church plays a very important part to the extent that during the end of the year, there is a race that takes place for the young.
Beyenza oko ngemali yabo bengafumani inkxaso kulo masipala wengcinezelo we-DA.
It does that with its own finances, with no support, no financial support from the DA.
Now ke sithi ke lo mhlaba mabawufumane simahla. Akukho bandla elinabantu abatsha njengelibandla. Loo nto ibonakala ukuthi iinkokheli zalo zinesakhono.
We propose that they get it free because there's no church with young people as this party has. So we say, let them get it free of charge.
Thank you very much, Councillor Picardi.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you just confirm my time?
2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute for you. Thank you.
2 minutes.
1 minute.
I think the Chief Whip rectified that, but let's move. Let's take it from there, Chief Whip. It's fine. I think Chief Whip just confirmed that it's 2 minutes. Speaker, I rise to support the disposal of ERF 113 in Langa, occupied by the Old Apostolic Church. I want to agree as well with the former Speaker, Councillor Stearman of the EFF. This will bring certainty of ownership, though I must note that the price of 221,250 is too high for a community-based institution.
The old Apostolic Church at the corner of Lerotoli, Benny, and Brenton has been existing there for many years, contributing to our community building. However, I must also remind Council of the nearby special quarters, where the old migrant labor hostels stand derelict. These buildings were meant to be preserved for heritage, but have instead become a drug den, endangering our children and community daily.
Okay, thank you. Conclude, Councillor. Councillor Sulela. Councillor Sulela, unmute yourself. Councillor Sulela, are you on the platform?
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
I support the item. We did discuss it at sub-council, and the later part that Councillor Loazi is highlighting, that's something that I also support him on, because we've seen what happens in those special quarters, and I hope that we'll be able to get those structures demolished, because we don't need drug dens in Langa. I move to support the item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 204, 205. All in favor of the recommendation? Okay. Can the parties that are wanting to vote against or abstain please indicate in the iron box? Thank you. We then move on to the next item, which is item 6, and the first speaker there is Councillor Burke from the ACDP.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Mayor and colleagues. This morning, on behalf of the ACDP, I would like to express our sincerest appreciation for the planned extension of the Kuils River Cemetery. We know that based on the background to the expansion of the cemetery, that the Kuils River Cemetery reached capacity. We take cognizance of the fact that the expansion was necessitated by a pressing citywide need for additional burial space, and that the Recreation and Parks Department cemetery planning has identified specific parcels of land throughout the city that could be developed into cemeteries. While we are happy about what is happening in Kuils River, we assume cemetery planning knows what the projections are for the metro. Therefore, we want to know if there's perhaps urgency applied to the list of parcels of land identified for additional burial space in the metro. Is it possible to reevaluate the timelines to develop these parcels of land into cemeteries because of the dire problem we have in the city with regards to burial space? Because we are not so far removed from our communities, we know of incidents where families have to wait up to 2 weeks before there's space to bury their loved ones. We recommend that we look into this challenge with more urgency to avoid problems impacting the dignity of the deceased and causing distress to families because of the limited burial space, when families already have to deal with the grief of losing loved ones. We are delighted about the additional space of burial space allocated for the Kuils River area. We, however, notice that the piece of land is rather small, 3,449 square meters, and just hope it does not reach capacity within a short period of time. The ACDP would like to know how far the cemetery plan for areas such as densely populated areas, including Mitchell's Plain, progressed. Is there perhaps a project plan in place to eliminate the bottleneck we observe week after week at cemeteries in the metro because of the 24 that reach capacity or closed? That is out of the 40 cemeteries in the metro. How will we be able to cope with the high demand for the future if only 16 is active? In a statement towards the end of 2024 by the MACO member, it was said that the cemeteries handled a total of 13,777 in-ground burials during the past financial year, which was a slight increase from the 13,698 in the previous year. As the ACDP, we request the city to be proactive in the approach to this challenge because of the rate at which people were dying over the past few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor W. De Vos, voted De Vos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city colleagues, and people of Cape Town. As we are in Women's Month, it is appropriate to reflect upon the words of one of the most prominent women leaders of our time, former German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who said, "When it comes to human dignity, we cannot make compromises." This rings especially true during times of grief and loss, when one must bid farewell to a loved one. Every day, and particularly over weekends, we see our families leave no stone unturned and spare no expense to ensure that loved ones are given a dignified and respectful burial. In the greater Kuilsrivier area, this is, however, becoming increasingly challenging. A very bleak picture was recently painted in the Tygerberger of 13 August in the front page article, with serious concerns that were raised by the community regarding the condition of the Kuilsrivier Cemetery. These include the area being misused for informal structures, little sorting, rough sleeping, even on top of a grave, and sadly, even an incident of an attempted attack on a visitor to this facility. Considering that the documented history of Kuilsrivier goes back as far as 1683, it comes as no surprise that the existing cemetery has an extraordinarily long history stretching over decades and even centuries. We therefore cannot allow this facility to fall into disrepair and to be vandalized, disrespected, and desecrated by delinquent and criminal elements. In addition to the above, we have reached the point where this historical facility has now reached its burial capacity. Further south along the R102, the more modern Velmoed Cemetery faces its own challenges. A well-known and respected local funeral director states that only a certain number of interments can be accommodated by Velmoed over a weekend, and that quite often, due to this congestion, they must leave the facility by a certain time to allow for the next burial to take place during the allotted time slot. Moreover, the result of this is that often an interment must be postponed by up to 3 weeks before a burial time slot can be reserved. The reality is that the ever-increasing demand for burial space at present exceeds the available capacity in our cemeteries, especially in Kuilsrivier, with burials now taking place as far afield as Durbanville Memorial Park. And this must surely be affecting the dignity of members of our community during a time of grief. We must do better to support those already dealing with grief and loss. With that said, there's always a solution. This is, after all, the DA-governed city of Cape Town, where we do not simply accept a bleak or harsh reality. Unlike our Honourable President, we are not shocked, nor do we launch commission upon commission. Unlike the ANC, we do not engage in window dressing with a hideously expensive national dialogue that will achieve nothing and is just a lame effort at an election campaign funded by, you guessed it, the taxpayer. Others, like the Patriotic Alliance, will hijack a funeral for political mileage, highlighting their own moral bankruptcy and blatant disrespect, not hesitating one moment to exploit the sorrow and grief of those left behind to aid their shameless self-promotion. Not us. We roll up our sleeves and get stuck in with practical solutions to our local challenges. We do not simply realize one day that we need more burial space and then blame others or a previous dispensation for a lack of foresight or inability to address the challenge. The positive news is that, unbeknown to Council Nimmerhout, the improvements to and expansion of the existing Kuilsrivier Cemetery is underway. This includes improvements to security, including fencing around the facility, and a significant expansion in burial space to the north of the current facility. This is what our people need, and this is what we will give to them. But before this can happen, public space located on Earth 1368 must be closed as a first step. Madam Speaker, I move that Council grant approval that the City of Cape Town may, by notice in the Provincial Gazette, close public space Earth 1368 in Kuilsrivier as depicted in the locality plan that forms part of this agenda item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a recommendation on page 2 250. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Any party against the recommendation? The ACDP supports, Al Jama supports. Freedom Front Plus support, DI support. All right, so if the motion is carried and we move on to the next item, which is item 7, and the first speaker there is Councillor Mazwi.
Enkosi Speaker. Speaker, EFF is not against the upgrade and extension of Makasa water treatment works and any other water treatment works, as they are one of the major contributing factors for the swimming pools of sewer within this municipality, as it has reached its capacity. We want service delivery to our people. However, Madam Speaker, EFF is very concerned about the amount of money that is being spent to these projects. Yet, they always need more funds and extension of duration as they are likely to be beyond budget cycle. It is exactly for these reasons why economic freedom fighters advocate for abolishment of tender system. Section 217 of the Constitution requires a state organ to procure goods and services in a manner that is both equitable and cost-effective. And this DA-led government procurement regulation is neither cost-effective nor equitable. Madam Speaker, we further note the comments by the National Treasurer that were received on June the 30th, 2025, as stated in the report on page 266, subclause 3.2, 3.1 of the addendum, and the recommendations as well. EFF is in support with the above item, Madam Speaker, but with these grave concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lombi.
Speaker, good morning. On behalf of the ANC, we support the item in front of us with the following reasons. We understand that the project is meant to upgrade and capacitate the state of the current water treatment plant in Makasa. As we understand that the ANC is an agitator of the service delivery towards our people, we can't reject such a project. We therefore say the project must continue. However, Speaker, we would like to submit few sentences towards this project, as the project that will be going beyond financial budget cycles. One, the request that we are submitting is to make sure that the measures are put in place to entightening and avoid irregularities. We know that this project at some point are just making some glitches and errors. So therefore, for that, Speaker, we want the administration to make sure that there is no irregularities towards this project. We want to check, Speaker, after the project is done, how many liters per day will be distributed into the communities of this city of Cape Town. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lansdowne.
Madam Speaker, this item seeks the approval of 1.3 billion rands expenditure to increase the treatment capacity of Makasa wastewater treatment plant. While I'm glad to hear the support from the EFF and ANC colleagues, I will correct the ANC colleague that this infrastructure is not to distribute water to our communities. It is to reticulate and treat wastewater from our communities. Please consider reading the report to understand this. The Makasa wastewater treatment plant sits along the False Bay coastline at the mouth of the Eerste River, a historical, significant river in our city. This spot is one of Cape Town's best kept secrets. The mouth is well known to birders as a really important natural asset along the False Bay coastline. The upgrades of Macassar wastewater treatment plant allow for the increased treatment of wastewater, which will support development in the Metro Southeastern Heidelberg of the city. And the repercussions of this are clearly stated in the report table today. The 1.3 billion rand construction project will not only support jobs in the construction industry, which is turning down everywhere in the country, it will also support the increased development of housing and development in communities in the Metro Southeastern Heidelberg, which will in turn help the city raise more money to build other construction projects elsewhere in the city. The environmental implications of the upgrade of this are also in turn significant. Whilst other political parties like to talk about delivering differences, we are doing it. While other political parties are letting wastewater run down the streets of cities across South Africa, we are building the infrastructure not only to provide sanitation to our people, but also to protect our precious environment and coastline in Cape Town. I hereby move the recommendations of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are on page 260. Are we all in favor of the recommendation? Is there anyone against? The Good Party are abstaining. And ARA will abstain. The CCC will abstain. All right, the recommendation is carried and we move, and the PA are also abstaining. All right, and we move then on to item 8. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Janse van Vuuren.
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir. Continue.
Good morning, Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus, as I'm sure many of us here, have major concerns about the current situation at the Milnerton Lagoon and other biosensitive areas within this catchment. The Potsdam wastewater treatment works has reached capacity, as we all know, and further expansion is crucial to address the growing development, as we are all aware. We note in this item, however, that further development within the catchment will be limited until additional treatment capacity from Potsdam is available. The Freedom Front Plus will closely monitor this specifically. The question remains, are the development and further growth of informal settlements and illegal structures within this catchment being effectively managed as well? This is a critical factor affecting the capacity of the treatment works, and we support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We move on to Councillor Khama.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I am audible.
Yes, sir. Carry on.
Thanks, Speaker. As ANC, we support this upgrading and expansion of Portsmouth Dam water waste treatment works to have more capacity from the current level. As ANC Speaker, we are going to carefully monitor this project. Corruption and irregular expenditure. So as ANC, Madam Speaker, we support this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lansdowne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As stated on the former item, the city embraces its responsibility to protecting and restoring our city-wide ecosystem. The upgrades at Potsdam wastewater treatment plant and in turn Macassar are executing our strategy to go to the largest wastewater polluting areas in the city and fix them first. From the very beginning of this term, there were explicit commitments made by the mayor as well as others in this council that cleaning up and restoring Milnerton Lagoon is one of our city's top priorities. The decline of Milnerton Lagoon itself has significant economic returns, economic risks. So the increase in the Potsdam wastewater treatment plant's ability to process wastewater, in turn, is essential to unlocking and restoring the Milnerton Lagoon downstream. This report recommends the expenditure of 166 million rand on the Potsdam wastewater treatment plant, which discharges into Deep River above Milnerton Lagoon in Table Bay. And I hereby move the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations on page 1. All in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against, please indicate in the iron box. Okay, the recommendation is carried, and we move now on to item 9. And the first speaker here is Councillor Pakadi. Councillor Pakadi, are you ready?
Yes, Speaker.
Carry on.
We support the renewal of the city's membership for the ICLEI Africa. Partnership of this nature are important for sustainable development, climate resistance, and learning from other cities. However, we are spending over 100,000 rands on this membership, and the city must therefore find a clear yardstick to measure the impact such membership have on the daily lives of our communities. Our residents must feel the benefit of this investment, not only see it as another subscription. Speaker, it is difficult for us to justify this spend when in our communities urgent matters are left unattended. In Langa's special quarters, the derelict migrant labor hostels stand abandoned and have been turned into drug dens. Children walk past them every morning at great risk. I have personally written to the mayor last week to remind him of his commitment to demolish these structures, yet no response has been given. If we're serious about global partnership and sustainable cities, then we must also be serious about cleaning up our own backyards. Our people are growing frustrated and their patience is wearing thin. The city cannot claim leadership in international platforms while failing to deal with derelict structures that threaten safety and dignity in our communities. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor van der Ros.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. Speaker, this item before us requests that we do continue, and I want to thank Councillor Pakadi for his support. As City of Cape Town, we are the oldest African members, started out in 1994. I can also say that this relationship has truly shown growth within the City of Cape Town. And just to highlight that we have a few achievements as the City of Cape Town, and those achievements could only be possible, Speaker, if we have those international engagements and best practices. The ICLEI offers or facilitates sponsorships to assist member cities to participate in regional and international events and subsidize travel and other costs where possible. Speaker, I can only say that membership of international networks enhances the City of Cape Town's civic life, exposes our officials to be able to achieve the best they can. And examples of those, again, Speaker, I say we were again voted Cape Town won the Best City Award. We were voted in the C40 Cities Awards. We had the JSE Annual Integrated Reporting Awards, and those could only come from being able to engage, Speaker. We've also led through management in this particular space, Speaker, during the years of 2003 and 2009. So I would really like this council to support the recommendation that has been set out in on page 134, Speaker, and also to encourage Councillor Pakadi as the lead in his particular ward to really do public engagement and see how best practices can be formed within his ward and try and bring down the very things that he has mentioned. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 134. All in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against needs to indicate in the iron box. We move on then to item 11. And the first speaker there is Councillor Little.
Good day, Speaker. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Today, Council is asked to adopt the city's new way leaves policy and bylaw. But before we do so, we must reflect on the exclusion of many voices from this process. The report before us claims public comments were sufficiently considered, yet Annexure B tells a different story. Some contractors say they never received the drafts, while others argue the documents were circulated only to a select few. Out of all possible stakeholders, the report reflects only on 62 comments from just 4 companies, 2 sub-councils, 1 individual, and the Western Cape government. This is hardly meaningful participation. It suggests consultation was procedural but not genuine. Let us be clear about who requires a way leave. Any person, company or utility that wants to work on our or across the city land, roads or servitudes must apply. This includes trenching, installing or maintaining water, sewer, stormwater, electricity, gas, telecommunications or fiber, or placing permanent or temporary structures. In practice, this means developers and service providers. If they are the very people expected to comply, why were so many excluded from shaping this policy? This exclusion is more than unfair. It has legal implications. Sorry, Madam Speaker. It has legal implications.
Are you finished?
No, Madam Speaker, my computer has gone off because I'm trying to read my speech while I'm on the site here. So please just give me a chance if you don't mind.
No, you're a woman. You should be able to do 2 things at once.
I tried that many years ago, Madam Speaker, and I have now got 3 children. The exclusion is more than unfair. It was legally, it has legal implications. By adopting a framework without proper consultation, the city risks claims that it failed to meet standards of openness and inclusivity. More importantly, it risks alienating the very partners we rely on to develop housing infrastructure and services. We must also consider oversight. Impact claims in many of the resolutions that the city receives services without providing copies of completion certificates. Yet the policy makes completion certificates and as-built records mandatory. If so, on what basis were these claims made? Can the city demonstrate consistency, or are we holding contractors to stricter standards than we uphold ourselves? Speaker, protecting infrastructure and creating clarity is important, but adoption today cannot end with the conversation. Council must commit to reviewing fees, simplifying processes for minor works, and re-engaging with excluded contractors and service providers. Supporting this policy must not mean endorsing exclusion. It must mean fixing the gaps, strengthening accountability, and ensuring that all residents and contractors have a voice in shaping the rules that govern them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Barnes.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, and everyone on the meeting. Madam Speaker, we have before us item C11, approval of the way leaves policy and the City of Cape Town way leaves bylaw. The development of a new way leaves policy and a new way leave bylaw is to encourage an ease of doing business. In the past, individual departments did the approvals, which was very time consuming. But now we're bringing to Council a basket of services under the same roof. Only one application needed for different way leaves. A very good news story in the making. Public participation took place from the 10th of February to the 10th of March 2025. The report provides responses to the questions asked during the public participation process. Emergency way leaves may be processed within 24 hours where applicable. For the way leave bylaw not to exist as standalone legislation, the policy has been developed to provide various parameters for decision-making together with desired outcomes. The purpose of the policy is to provide a step-by-step guide as to how to obtain a way leave. This serves as a preventative measure to eliminate rejection of the application. The policy is aligned to increase jobs and investment in Cape Town economy, improve access to quality and reliable basic services, well-managed and modernized infrastructure to support economic growth, safe and quality roads for pedestrian, pedestrian, cyclists and vehicles, resilient city and a capable collaborative city governments. The objective of the bylaw is to facilitate centralized coordination of wayleave management, which will enable the development to start sooner. Roles between the city and the wayleave holders are clearly defined. No need for uncertainty. Any person who requires access to municipal property to carry out works must apply for a wayleave. The applicant must register on the wayleaves management system. The bylaw provides provision that the applicable city departments must undertake construction monitoring, recording progress of the works, inspection for damage to adjacent infrastructure, and checking adherence to conditions contained on wayleaves and permit to work. Extension to the wayleaves is permitted if the works will not be done in the stipulated time frame. The wayleave holder must request for an extension before it expires. Concluding on a very good note, Madam Speaker, Eskom wayleaves are also included. In page 156 of the report speaks of the recommendations of the Future Planning and Resilient Portfolio Committee, as well as the Executive Mayor, together with the members of the Mayoral Committee. Madam Speaker, I so move that Council considers the comments received during the public participation process and based on the responses thereto, adopts the wayleaves policy as contained in Annexure C and the City of Cape Town wayleaves bylaw as contained in Annexure D. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 155. Councillors, this relates to a bylaw, so we need to record the votes correctly. All in favour of the recommendation? Those against, the PA is against, must indicate in the box. The ACDP supports. EFF is against. Good is abstaining. Others against. PA supports. Aljamas against. And Cape Exit is supporting. Freedom Front Plus is supporting. And the CCC is abstaining. Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. We move on to the next item. So we move on then to item 12, and the first speaker there is Councillor Jacobson. Councillor Jacobson. Okay, if Councillor Jacobson's not there, we'll go to Councillor Minnar from the NCC and come back to you, Councillor Jacobson.
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, in coloured communities, our parks and fields, Speaker, in coloured communities, our parks and fields are not luxuries, they are lifelines. They are where we gather, play music and share culture freely. The current bylaw already protects that through the small event exemption under 200 people, yet this amendment does not guarantee that protection. Instead, it introduces city-protected events that could fence off our spaces for commercial shows while our people are left outside. If we fence off joy in working class areas, we are not managing events, we are managing exclusion. We must ask, every year the Boekap community raises complaints about noise from the Kaapse Klopse. Will this amendment be used to silence our heritage while amplifying only big-ticket city-backed events? If the city cared about inclusion, the bylaw would guarantee the small event exemption, create a free fast-track permit for community gatherings, ensure fair allocation between wealthy suburbs and coloured working-class neighbourhoods, reserve space for local vendors and performers at large events. It seems this DA-led city is always looking for ways to open doors to corruption. Speaker, the political impact of this amendment is clear. If we pass laws that squeeze out community culture while privileging corporate culture, then this council is choosing profit over people. The NCC votes against this amendment not because we oppose safety, but because safety without access is exclusion. Public spaces must serve both major showcases and the everyday joy that keeps our communities alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobson. You need to unmute yourself, Councillor Jacobson. Councillor Jacobson, the problem's on your side.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I had to push Control Alt something.
Whatever.
Honourable Speaker, in the past we have been found guilty for not listening to the public, but now the city is asking from us permission not to listen. Quote, Council resolves not to uphold the objections received during the PPP. This with regard to the objection of the City of Cape Town Events Amendment Bylaw, which covers sporting, entertainment, cultural, religious events. Whilst we cannot succumb to every Mr. Smith or Mrs. Cohen's objections and complaints, we cannot create arbitrary approvals and arbitrary law enforcement assignments. Even the recommendations from Safety and Security Portfolio is outrageous. They note the comments from the PPP, however, they recommend that Council does not uphold objections submitted. In summary, it is recommended by Council, that is us, that we note the inputs made by the public, but Council resolves not to uphold the objections. Now, how about that? This sounds like a dictatorship to me. Now, I'm the first to approve events, especially sport, but many event organizers are organizing events under the pretense that it is for religious or cultural activity. We have all noted how our public space, whether at the V&A, Canal Walk, Promenade, our beaches, etc., have been violated and abused. However, for clarity purpose and in the spirit of transparency, Council needs to take note that there is a difference between events and gatherings and the permits and bylaws associated with it. Whilst we are debating the amendments of the events bylaws, there are overlaps and similarities with the gathering bylaws. However, what does it matter anyway? The city refuses to listen to the public, and now they are asking us to be complicit by asking permission from Council to ignore public opinion and comments. The VF Plus cannot be complicit here. Therefore, we do not support these amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin's not in the meeting, so we're going to move on to Councillor Bresler.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item in front of us is the City of Cape Town Events Amendment Bylaw for approval by Council. The draft Event Amendment Bylaw of 2024 went out for public comment on the 1st of November 2024. This draft bylaw seeks to replace some conditions in the existing event bylaw of 2016. The intention of these amendments is to address the regulation and events based on risk impact, relax some requirements, parameters to allow Cape Town to attract more major events without compromising safety. These amendments would also include provisions to deal with fraudulent activities which may impact the safe hosting of events. The draft event amendment bylaw for 2024 seeks to provide the classification of types of events as city protected events. Provided for council exemption from specific bylaws from city protected events, empower the event permit officer with the discretion to make certain decisions relating to event safety requirements and deal with fraudulent and dishonest actions. The events landscape has transformed drastically since 2016, and as the city, we always want our relations to align with the industry evaluation. The amendments to the bylaw will assist us in removing any event red tape or obstacles that detracts from event experience for organizers, participants in international event audiences. We also want to ensure that event permit applications are assessed in their individual impact, risk profile, and magnitude, and move away from a one-size-fits-all approach. This goes against our goals to create an enabling environment for events to grow across the city. This will greatly benefit community-driven events that don't have massive budgets, ensuring that they are burdened by costly compliance regulations that does not impact their event size. The intention, of course, is to do all of this while still maintaining high safety standards. And this regards, the bylaw will equip us with mechanisms to deal with anyone found to be engaging in fraudulent or dishonest activities that may impact on the safety, satisfactory or proper hosting of an event. Madam Speaker, I move that the Council adopts this report and approve the Events Amendment Bylaw to ensure that we align all legislation with industry standards as per the recommendation on page 216. Madam Speaker, if I may, I would want to read an amendment or offer an amendment on the recommendations as well.
Has that been circulated?
Madam Speaker, I gave it, I assume so, it's by you. I didn't circulate it myself. It would have been done by Councillor Kowarski and his team. If you can just
all right, if they can get that
comment.
We've got to have the signed version before we can table it. So
send in early this morning already, Madam Speaker.
To who?
Councillor Kowarski, that would have sent it to I think the legal representative of on your side.
Contact Councillor Kowarski now, and then we'll come back to that if we've got it. In terms of the Mayor's right to respond, he has delegated that I ask Councillor Alderman Smith to respond on this matter. Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. The mic activated. I started speaking as soon as the mic activated. Speaker, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Our events industry is an incredibly important industry to our city. It creates around 35 to 45,000 jobs a year. And the top 8 events alone inject just on 5 billion rand into our economy. So it is an enormously empowering event. When I go to these events and I speak to the people who are setting up the sets, doing the security, doing the catering and everything else, it does create, puts bread on the table and creates opportunities for many people. And we are doing workshops around the city with communities in the most indigent communities to enable them to participate actively in the sector. Chair, so I must say, therefore, that the comments from the NCC are perhaps perverse and quite a strange interpretation of the provisions. I think it probably says more about how they see the world and what's in their mind than it does about the bylaw in terms of the conclusions they arrive at. There is no intention of reducing community access. We're making it easier for events to be held and for people to get permission. Community markets are being facilitated. Chair, and as for the Bo-Kaap, the complainants there are predominantly the Muslim community living there, who have to deal with illegal back marches and antisocial behavior. So the Mosque Committee, for instance, complains to us around the antisocial behavior and the desecration of their places of worship. So it is important that we do have effective measures, but it does not help us necessarily, because the issue there is an enforcement one, and clear provisions on the bylaw does provide for that enforcement. The Regulation of Gatherings Act, Chair, is clearly, as related to by Councillor Jacobson, the problem here, this is not a city bylaw and cannot be a city bylaw. Is national legislation. We did try and make provisions in the Streets and Public Places bylaw to deal with some of the shortcomings in the Act, but constitutional legal opinion was obtained. There was a challenge to it, and the constitutional advice said that we are not able on local government level to make provisions contrary to the RGA. And of course, we know that portions of this national legislation was interdicted some years ago, declared unconstitutional. National government was advised to correct those shortcomings, have failed to do so. And now the South African police have to navigate this flawed legislation when they have to engage in public order policing. Chair, so when it comes to the objections, please note that the Portfolio Committee absolutely did not ignore the objections. The objections outlined on pages 222 and 223 and summarized there were carefully considered as for where measures were necessary. The provisions, the general appeal mechanism under the under national legislation was acknowledged, and the amendment proposed by Councillor Bressler is being done in accordance. So very careful discussion and consideration was given to those appeal mechanism. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bressler, we have your amendment. It is the deletion of the clause in the bylaw regarding the appeal, because it's superfluous. The Municipal Systems Act has actually extended it to 21 days, and that would therefore be the legal time slot for any amendment. So you're
That's correct.
okay. So all right, we're just trying to find a mechanism to flight this, but so we're going to flight it. But I think the recommendation or the amendment is quite self-explanatory. It makes it better for the applicants because it gives the right of appeal an extension of time. Having said that, can we now vote on that item as amended? Those in favour, Goods abstaining. The EFF's against. PA is against. Freedom from Plus is against. Al Jamar is abstaining. CCC is against. Cape Exit is against. CMC supports. The DI is abstaining, and ARA is abstaining. The recommendation is carried, and we move on to item 13, and the first speaker there is Councillor Mkeli. Councillor Mkeli. Yes.
Let me start. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, let me start by, during this Women's Month, highlighting the life of Thandi, who's from Khayelitsha. Every week, she spends nearly 500 rand, almost half her wages, to travel to her job in Claremont. Half her income is gone before she's even bought food for her family. Why is this happening? Because our zonal first system still punishes our people for where apartheid forced them to live. The Group Areas Act pushes families far from jobs, and today our transport system makes them pay again every single day for that history. This injustice means young people are turning down jobs because they can't afford the bus fares. Parents are forced between bus fares and bread. Township businesses loses money that should be circulating locally. Speaker, I also speak as a concerned public representative. Warren Charles' son is wheelchair bound. He uses city's dial-a-ride services to get to school. Last week, Warren learned through the media and later in a letter that dial-a-ride scholar transport will be suspended from the 8th of September 2025. For his family, this is not an inconvenience. It is the difference between a child accessing his constitutional right to education or being shut out. And cost and access are not the only problems. Recently, a blind woman was raped while trying to use public transport, a horrific reminder that the most vulnerable in our society face dangers that a caring government should work to prevent. Colleagues, this is not just about transport. This is economic apartheid reloaded. We are still taxing the poor and the vulnerable for being displaced and for being different. There are urgent fixes we must act on. Introduce the flat fare on key routes such as Khayelitsha to the CBD. Redirect subsidies to low-income and vulnerable communities. Reverse the city's reckless plan to scale back dial-a-ride. Speaker, the council must stop making our people pay for apartheid's map. Tandiwe should be saving.
Thank you. Conclude. Conclude.
Warren Tartan should not lose his right to school.
Thank you, Councillor Quintus.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Carry on.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I am slightly confused as Councilman Kelly is on the urban mobility PC and knows that the My City Phase 2A project is going to, the example he used about the cost of moving from, I think it was Langa to Claremont, knows that is going to be alleviated dramatically when people are going to have access to our My City route on Phase 2A that will take people along that southeast corridor of the city to those destinations mentioned. It will be a game changer and will lower the cost of transport via that route. So that is a good story to tell in terms of the project we are planning on delivering and on which the councillor is a part of as a member of our PC. Madam Speaker, furthermore, the dial-a-ride issue is a very, very sensitive and emotive one. And I would happily spend time in this debate speaking to it. However, it is not related to the item that is tabled before us. The dial-a-ride is not part of the My City program, as the councillor knows full well. And we can have that discussion in the appropriate space and fora. But Madam Speaker, the draft fares policy that is before us is key to the unlocking of Cape Town's public transport future. For too long, our different transport modes have operated in silos. You need cash for the minibus taxi, must stand in a queue for a train ticket, and load mover points into a single-purpose My City card. The My City card was the right technology for its time, but in 2025, the system is outdated and past its time of relevancy, much like the previous MMC who introduced it. To break free from gridlock and emissions, we must remove the obstacles to using public transport and public transport services. The need to be attractive for commuters and efficient payment systems are a big turn off. So I'm pleased to share with you that less than a year from now, in June 2026, we'll be launching the Tap and Go on My City using our everyday bank card or phone. And let's be clear, My City is already the cheapest option for regular use over your monthly travel card after rail. This year, we froze the monthly unlimited tariff at 1,000 Rand, no increase. That puts money back into people's pockets. A new zoning system will make fares more cost-effective and journey planning simple. Our dedicated and talented urban mobility team is building that framework, and this policy is a decisive step toward a truly integrated network. We envision commuters effortlessly switching between bus, minibus, taxi, and rail, and it will allow us to tap and go with a bank card or smartphone, just like buying a sandwich or putting petrol in the car. This is about convenience, inclusion, and moving at the speed of the 21st century. Cash will remain an option because we know digital exclusion is real and no commuter will be left behind. But this is about more than just fares or technology. It's about the city we're building. It's about the retail worker who can get home quicker without needing to load mover points. It's about the student who can zip between campuses, debating if a third coffee is a brilliant idea or a terrible mistake, rather than the complexities of a multi-stage commute. It's about offering a realistic, attractive alternative to the private car, and the policy is the foundation for that progress. There will be challenges, but Madam Speaker, we ask that we vote for this economic inclusion and a connected Cape Town.
We have a recommendation on page 240. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those against the recommendation? Right, the recommendation is carried. We are moving then on the good is against. Okay, ARA is against, the PA is against, EFF's against, CCC is against, and Al-Jamaa is against. Thank you. The recommendation is nonetheless carried. We move on to item 15, and the first speaker on this item is Councillor Newman.
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, the CTICC is not an ordinary company. The CTICC stands as a public jewel created through the sacrifices and contributions of ordinary ratepayers. It is theirs, it belongs to the people of Cape Town. It is a strategic public asset built and sustained with billions of public money from the city and province. Today, we are being asked to support a process to commence public participation on the sale of the city shares in the CTICC. Before we can even open this matter to the public, Council itself must demand answers to fundamental questions that will go to the heart of accountability and safeguarding this public asset. To speak of selling without full disclosure is a betrayal of our duty as public servants, as custodians of the people's assets. We therefore ask the following questions, which remain unanswered, which is not presented in the documents before us today, yet you seek approval. Firstly, we ask the assets and liabilities. What are the total assets and liabilities of the CTICC? Council cannot consider disposing without knowing the full balance sheet. The financial performance. What are the last 5 years of the audit financial statement saying? This will show whether the CTICC is profitable, sustainable venture, or one undervalued under the disguise of disposal. Speaker, this should be before us today. Assets, does it include, do the buildings, land, improvements, furniture, fixtures, operating systems, and equipment form part of the company's assets? Or are we only selling shares underlining infrastructure? Original investment. What was the original capital investment by the city in the land? Building, parking, civil works. Has this sunk the costs accounted for the evaluation? What are the lease agreements? What will happen to the provincial government share should we sell off our shares in this public jewel? Concessionary grants. What will happen to existing concessionary grants, service providers and contractors under private ownership? Valuation. How was this figure of 885 million reached? Why cost less impairments and not market value or discounted cash flow given to the global brand and revenue of the potential of the CTICC? Rates and taxes. Is the CTICC currently exempted from municipal tax?
Conclude.
And if so, will private buyers continue to enjoy this exemption?
Councillor Joffe Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
I'd like to just quickly answer some of Councillor Newman's questions. The assets and liabilities and financial statements, which he's so looking for, are tabled every year in Council, and they're also available on the website. Full balance sheets and profit and loss are included in their financial statements. Other questions like the provincial shares should be directed to them. I'm speaking today in support of beginning a public participation process for the sale of the city-owned shares in the Cape Town International Convention Centre's operations. Over the past few years, we have watched as the CTICC has consistently demonstrated exceptional business performance and growth, solidifying its position as a mature and thriving contributor to Cape Town's economy. Given its maturity and success, it is prudent for us now to explore options for divesting our shares. This would enable us to redirect those funds towards delivering core municipal services and new infrastructure projects that benefit our communities. As a city, our mandate is to invest in developing and growing emerging businesses, not to run them. The CTICC is already fulfilling its purpose of contributing to economic growth and job creation, having already created over 169,000 direct and indirect jobs and injecting nearly 70 billion rand into South Africa's GDP. Based on these facts, we support the determinations by the officials that the conditions required for the start of this process have been met. Often the sale of municipal assets can be contentious, so let us be clear about what is being proposed. We are not looking to sell the convention centre, we are selling our shares in the business that runs it for an estimated market value of around 880 million rand. And in the report, it notes the valuation methodology which was applied to get to this figure. And let us be clear that we are not walking away from this crucial asset. We will remain the owner of the property. That's right, we're potentially getting a price of nearly R1 billion and we're not even selling the land. And as the landlord, we would remain our 2 seats on the board to ensure the convention centre remains focused on its primary objectives. And that is the DA difference laid plain for all to see. While billions of rands go missing from other metros, we're aiming to bring nearly R1 billion back into the city's coffers. And there's more good news, because as the only metro in South Africa with a clean audit outcome, Cape Townians can be assured that any money we receive will be spent on services and infrastructure for the benefit of all. In conclusion, this item shows yet again that the DA, and only the DA-led City of Cape Town, is delivering the conditions for municipal and state-owned entities to grow, thrive, and stand on their own 2 feet, rather than riding on the backs of taxpayer bailouts. I move the item for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 402. Those in favour of the recommendation? Good is abstaining. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Ara is against. Kia is against. Al-Jamar is abstaining. We will minute the comments. Thank you very much. We move on to item 16, and the first speaker there is Councillor Jacobs from the NCC.
Speaker, can you lower speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Speaker, 1996, toe kom die bekramde oumas en oupas, toe kom steel hulle ons mense se menslikheid, ons mense se eer, ons mense se alles. Oumas, oupas, mammies, daddies, broers en susters was uit hulle slaap uitgeruk en in trokke gesmyd en Cape Place toegevat, speaker. Ons happiness was gesteel en was weggevat om wit mense happy te maak. Hulle het ons District 6, Simonstown en klomp ander plekke gesteel van ons mense en they created white only suburbs. Oumas en oupas was in Navahala Park, Mitchells-Plain, Hanover Park, Menenberg en oral oor die Cape Place gegooi. Speaker, NCC wil nie hoor van social housing projects nie. NCC is against the social housing projects. You did social housing project, it's Steenwille, it's Steenberg.
NCC is against the social housing projects.
And still people got evicted. Your presentation of affordable and social housing is misleading. We demand land restoration. We demand our people's properties be returned that was stolen under the DA apartheid government. We will, ons wil weet, wanneer gaan julle ons mense se eer teruggie, speaker? Wanneer gaan julle ons mense se menslikheid teruggie? Wanneer gaan julle die verkeerd van
we want to know when you will give our people's land back.
All right, carry on. Councillor Jacobs, carry on. All right, are you finished, Councillor Jacobs? Councillor Jacobs, are you finished?
No, how can I be finished? I have 2 minutes.
Well, that's right. So then stay online and wait for the interpreter to catch up.
Then don't interrupt, please.
Well, I will interrupt because the people that do not understand Afrikaans need to get an opportunity.
Voters understand Afrikaans, speaker.
All right. If you're going to be offensive, I'm going to disconnect you completely. Finish your speech.
Tarifa Khan was 100 years old and she only wanted to go home. But she was denied the privilege. She denied the privilege because of many abuse. She on 26th of January 2022, she passed on. How many more Tarifa Khans are waiting?
Die vrou was 100 jaar oud. Die vrou was 100 jaar oud en sy wou huis toe gaan, maar sy was nie, she was denied that privilege.
How many more Saripakans are out there waiting to have the stolen property returned? 59 years ago, NP apartheid government, het was mense se menslikheid gesteel. NCC vra vandag vir die DA, wanneer gaan ons mense huis toe? Die Meyer praat van city-owned land en affordable housing, maar weier om ons mense se grond terug te gee, ons mense se eiendom terug te gee. You are creating gentrified communities to accommodate for whites only. That's why you're using Kensington as a dumping ground. Speaker, ons vra maar net om huis toe te gaan. Daar is land beskikbaar, daar is grond beskikbaar. Waar is the DA against the Land Restoration Act, Speaker? Baie dankie.
Okay, can you just summarize that?
We're just asking to return home because we know there's land for us to return home. That's all we're asking.
Thank you. If you've got points of order, please put them in the iron box with the rule number. We're carrying on. The next speaker is Councillor Notwala.
Speaker, make no mistake, the Good Party has the most progressive agenda in this council on land and housing. This land the mayor spoke about earlier was announced for social housing by Brett Heron in 2017. Malusi Boy held a ceremony for this land and announced its release for social housing in 2022. Now it is being released to the private sector for so-called mixed development. We cannot, in good conscience, support selling land to the private sector with no guarantees for real affordable housing, while Cape Town faces a deepening housing crisis. The lack of an affordable housing policy and the lack of urgency in developing one tells us that this DA-led city of Cape Town is comfortable with spatial apartheid. It tells us that this DA does not see the urgency to dismantle spatial apartheid and is okay with the daily violence that comes with it. On the 1st of August 2025, City Manager, commemorating Women's Month, sent us a message about the injustices of apartheid laws. Strange that he remembers past injustices, but says nothing about the daily violence of spatial apartheid today in Cape Town, particularly towards women. Spatial apartheid is violent to everyone, but women bear the brunt. The DA may not have arrested a woman in Sea Point in 2019 for taking a selfie while black, but it created the conditions for her arrest by maintaining spatial apartheid. The DA may not have killed Snokolo Mafevuka in a shared toilet 200 meters away from her home in 2016 in Khayelitsha, but it created the conditions for her brutal murder by maintaining spatial apartheid. And after 20 years of DA governance in Cape Town, we have seen no single affordable housing built in the CBD. Speaker, detail zero, nix, ikanda, dololo affordable housing in the 20 years Siphetwe DA World Cup. Stop selling land to the private sector without a progressive affordable housing policy. Stop selling land to the private sector without a progressive inclusionary housing policy.
Thank
Speaker,
you very much.
no person in their
Mukuntswana. Councillor Mukuntswana. Councillor Sturman, you keep putting your hand up, but the idea is you put your message, check with your whip, you put the rule number in the iron box and we'll consider the rule. Councillor Mukuntswana.
Greeting, Speaker and councillors. Look, Speaker, the ANC support the approval for the transfer city-owned land from the ERF number 5667 and ERF number 5668 for mixed use to the District 6 Cape Town for development. The ANC is also like to say we are going to monitor whatever development is going to happen there. You know that that area of district land was an area of the history where our people were removed by force. I don't know if it was the A or National Park because there's no different. They moved forcibly from that land. So it's good that when they come back now building houses for our people. So therefore as ANC we support that item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Popham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Madam Speaker, as I enter the final week of the second year of my appointment as a member of the Mayoral Committee, I'm deeply mindful of the importance this office has to the people of Cape Town. Behind every plan, budget, project, and brick is a family waiting and yearning for a housing opportunity. These are families not very different to yours and mine. We know them, we are them, and we dare not fail them. But today is not just about delivering housing. It's about the commitment of an unlikely mayoral candidate 3 years ago who made a commitment to the residents of our great city. It was a commitment that was branded as cheap politics and talk. But Alderman Hill Lewis has shown, now Alderman Hill Lewis has proven that he's willing to walk his talk. He has shown us that politics does not have to be what we've experienced over the last 30 years, but it is possible when a government has a change in priorities to deliver on the hopes and dreams of the people of Cape Town. Today is historic not because of the release of 3,300 square meters of city-owned land. It's not historic because state-owned property valued at 72 million rand is being released for 10 million rand. It's not even historic because of this being one of the few CBD releases since the District 6 land restitution process. Madam Speaker, this is historic because this city, our government, is putting Cape Town families first. We are redressing apartheid spatial planning, and we are redressing the injustices of that evil racist regime. The city of Cape Town, through the approval of this item, is unambiguously saying that historically disadvantaged families, colored and black children, will not be continuously be denied by the legacy of apartheid, but will be progressed by the policies of this city of Cape Town. You know, I don't think that vile, racist excuse of a councillor who spoke first deserves a response. I want to be clear, as a colored boy from Grassy Park who grew up on the Cape Flats, from a single mother who understands what public housing is, the NCC and their racist, vile of bastardization of the colored story must not stand in this council. We must stop encouraging it, and we should not allow it. Madam Speaker, I made a commitment almost 2 years ago that the mayor and to the mayor and the residents of our city that one, I'll change the face of human settlements as a directorate and restore public trust. 2, I'll resuscitate every development cancelled by extortion or corruption. And 3, I will do things differently in order to accelerate diverse delivery through improved programs. Madam Speaker, I know my directorate won't always get it right. I'm the first to say it. But I know deep in my bones that if we remain true to those commitments I made almost 2 years ago, we'll change the lives of the most vulnerable families in Cape Town. Cape Town delivers the most progressive social and affordable housing pipeline, not because of extensive intergovernmental support, but in spite of it, Madam Speaker. In spite of an underfunded regulatory authority, we are offering the best discounts and incentives in Africa. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose that we move this item, but I would also like, with your indulgence, to add an amendment by including a recommendation, which has been circulated to legal, but also shared with the Chief Whip to give to you, and it adds a recommendation G, which I'll read for the record, that in the exercise of a delegated authority, the Executive Director, Human Settlements, be authorized to negotiate with the YG Group Pty Ltd to investigate an alternative affordable housing proposal for the subject properties in lieu of existing social housing to respond to national fiscus constraints affecting the SHRA.
Okay, thank you. We're going to flight that. We'll flight that, and then we'll move the recommendation with amendments.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Then the Democratic Alliance is not just proud to table this, but we're proud to move the recommendations.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank you. Okay, you have the recommendation and the amendment. The amendment is being flighted now. We are going to vote on the recommendation as amended. Those in favour? Thank you. Is there anybody against? All right, then the recommendation is carried. And we move on to the next item, which is item 17. And that one is now agreed. The ANC is no longer speaking to that item. So Councillor Race, can you move the recommendation?
Good day, Speaker. I move the item
to accept
Thank
this.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the item? Those against the item? The item is carried. Thank you. We then move on to item 17A, which is in a different volume. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Carl Punt.
Is ek hoorbaar, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's today a proud day to be a councillor of this great DA-run city. As a ward councillor in the Helderberg, we are part of the massive city capital upgrades like the Trappie sewer line, the two major rivers, the new Gordons Bay sewer line, phase 2 seawall, and now also 2 city properties in Paardenvlei earmarked for affordable housing in a mixed-use development. But above all this, Madam Speaker, also the new biodiversity conservation area in Paardenvlei, which is a landmark to protect the wetland and bird life. What a great time we are living in when other major metros fall apart, but the city of Cape Town go from strength to strength, as indicated by our mayor today with the release of land for social housing. Madam Speaker, from this item, we also can see that the Helderberg has an active community that cares about their environment, as 14 comments and 13 objections were received. We can be proud of such an active community that puts the Helderberg first. Reading all the comments and objections, and with the announcement of the biodiversity area, the city went the extra mile to protect the wetland and bird life. Noting most of the objections were focused on the protection of Paardenvlei wetland. Also to be mentioned is the buffer zone on Earth 22074 due to our Paardenvlei wetland. Thus, steps were also included to safeguard the wetland area with this future development. Madam Speaker, with council support and approval, these properties in item C17A can assist in the demand for housing, especially in the targeted affordability income bracket indicated in this item, and to our pledge to release more land for social accommodation. Om af te sluit, Madam Speaker, burgemeester, met eenhede in Milnerton en eenhede...
Thank you. Councillor Bowden. Councillor Bowden, are you available?
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, the Cape Independence Party raises deep concern regarding the proposed disposal of these 3 properties with critical environmental and heritage implications. Earth 36554 Annandale, adjacent to Dunoon, lies beside the Stink Rivier. The city's Water and Sanitation Department has objected to this sale for obvious reasons. Development here risks stormwater runoff, contaminating vital waterways, further straining the overloaded Potsdam wastewater treatment works, and worsening pollution in Milnerton Lagoon. This would undermine mandated wetland protections, jeopardize local biodiversity. Earth 22055 Somerset West has heritage buildings in a historic precinct. Selling this site disregards the National Heritage Resources Act and endangers cultural landmarks surrounded by growing development. Most concerning is Earth 22074 Somerset West includes a significant wetland. The proposed 27-hectare buffer is inadequate to safeguard the Paardenvlei ecosystem, renowned for flood control and biodiversity. Environmental groups and 113 formal objections warn of increased pollution, disease risk, and the loss of green space essential for climate resilience. Dr. Joe Barnes of Stellenbosch University has cautioned, and I quote, "State-supported housing so close to this fragile ecosystem may pollute Paardenvlei so badly it loses its protected status," end quote. This is not a risk we should take. Speaker, disposing of these properties for immediate gain endangers our region's natural heritage and environment. The Cape Exit Party rejects this proposal. Let's prioritize the environment for future generations. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dambuza, you're rising on a point of order for 31.11. Your point?
When Councillor Pant was concluding, he spoke in Afrikaans and you did not allow the interpreter to interpret, as per you also indicated in the Speaker of the EFF. When he was speaking in Xhosa, you placed an interpreter to go along with him. So
All
that
right.
is the point of order.
All right, thank you.
You
I
as
will-
as Alderman Patches were out of order.
Thank you. All right. He was just repeating himself in Afrikaans, but thank you for that. We're going to move on to the next speaker, and that is Councillor Dedezani.
Greetings to all councillors. Speaker, the African National Congress has been a long-standing advocate for social housing and integrating of communities. These ideals would have never been a thought process in the city of Cape Town if it was not for the tireless progressive fighting, non-stop relentless pressure that was put on the city of Cape Town. The 4,998 different types of units that is envisaged could play a big part in defeating the apartheid spatial planning legacy that still exists and continues to haunt us in the city of Cape Town and deliberately perpetuated. It could be defeated only if implementation is done properly, honestly, transparently from the onset. Question is how? Stay away from the mayor's pledge to his private developers who will likely have ties to pay back the bodies. Transparency of the beneficiaries to safeguard against people from Joburg and so forth, while we have endless backyarders, informal settlement, middle class and working class crisis. Rather sell this land to HDA, whom we are guaranteed that we will receive this particular project in the way that it's supposed to receive and go to its specific beneficiaries. So then we'll know that for a fact that we will not be shortchanged for a sake of profit by white developers. As we know, credible black developers will not be considered and be given the opportunity. The danger and worries raised is serious. The current location of the lands and nearby of these is in nearby communities that will help frustrate the process, not to reach the multi-integrated nature, the nature of this particular process for the poor people in the working class.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Timlett.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day, colleagues. Today we consider the future of IRF 36554 Annandale in Milnerton, a site that represents both an urgent need and an opportunity for our city. This parcel of city-owned land has long been under pressure, and if left idle, it remains vulnerable to illegal occupation, a risk that undermines stability, planning, and responsible governance. By moving forward with a managed development on IRF 36554, the city ensures that this land is used lawfully, responsibly, and for the public good. This is not about ignoring concerns, but about recognizing the legal, social, and economic realities we face. Importantly, this site has the potential to deliver much-needed housing opportunities closer to existing transport routes, schools, and places of work. It aligns with the city's vision of spatial justice and transit-oriented development by placing people where infrastructure already exists rather than on the periphery. This is also about protecting our community. Responsible, well-planned use of IRF 36554 prevents unmanaged settlement patterns that bring health, safety, and service delivery challenges. Instead, it allows us to shape a development that is safe, integrated, and sustainable. Colleagues, decisions like these are never just about land. They are about the kind of city we are building. Do we allow valuable, well-located land to be wasted through inaction, or do we take bold steps to unlock it for homes, dignity, and opportunity? I therefore strongly support the recommendations before us, and I urge this Council to act decisively in the best interest of this area and of Cape Town as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 1 to 2 of the agenda, and those in favor of the recommendation? And those that are against? Okay, PA is abstaining, Cape Exit against. Al-Jamaa is abstaining. The recommendation is carried. We move then on to Good is abstaining. We move on to item 17B. Oh, that's agreed now. Okay, so then we move on to item 18. And the first speaker there is Councillor Cotti.
Speaker?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon again. Speaker, the ANC agree on this item regarding the lease agreement with the city and Claremont Tennis Club. We just want to emphasize the point is that we need to be transparent, consistent, equal when we deal with these facilities, and also in terms of the fair treatment when it comes to the value of these particular properties. In particular, the Claremont site, schools and clubs are using it optimally. I'm also quite impressed with the state of affairs within that facility. But I also want to emphasize the point that the club in the Bellville Tennis Club, which is currently situated in Glenhaven, is paying a rental of 300 Rand per month. Kuils River is having a 99 years lease agreement, which I think is now currently in the 60th year. But we also want to appeal to the city to upgrade other facilities and spend the money that we are current with, which will now be saved in terms of these facilities, or this Claremont facility, to spend that particular money in upgrading and the sports facilities in the township and the Cape Flats area. So I agree with the item that it will relieve the city from further maintenance on this particular facility, and that budget is in terms of relieving must then be spent to our township and African areas when it comes to the budget. I thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We thank the ANC for their support, and I move the item.
Thank you. We have a recommendation then on page 1. All in favor of the recommendation? Anyone against the recommendation? Goods abstaining again. Anybody else? PA is abstaining. Okay. All right, then we move on. The next item is item 30, and the first speaker there is Councillor Yeko.
Speaker, mandibulise ngale njikalanga ndibulise kule nyanga yamanina under the name of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Madam Speaker, the economic freedom fighters reject the sale of R5113 Strand at Castro Road for 45 million rands. This is a profit over a public good which only serves the best interest of the DA connected companies and the DA connected developers rip off the prime land. The DA is selling off land as if it is an unlimited resource. This is exactly a simple example of the failed trickle-down ideology that is straight out of the neoliberal playbook. We are calling up on the people of Strand to protest against the sale of this agricultural land. This 42.84 HI of public land belongs to the people of Cape Town, and the DA government are only custodian on the people's behalf. They have a duty to use this land for the public good, and in the interest of the landless and those who want to work the land. This is really a gift of the best land to those who need it, please, or who will stand to make a substantial profit. Run by consultants and developers, the DA has pursued a mandate to develop, lease, or sell the public land at a market value to the private sector, with the idea being that this will act as a catalyst to regenerate an area, which is a lie. In prioritizing transformation and the segregation over profit and allowing Black people to access well-located land is written in the spirit of the Constitution. Therefore, Madam Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters will reject this thing of selling the land with its contempt it deserves. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Deniso.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this item seeks to recommend or propose the transfer of the remainder EF 5113 situated at Castor Road, Felens. Mr. Speaker, the people of Casablanca, Rostov, Luandle, Nomzamo, and Asana village has been waiting for more than 2 decades now for the Fate Plus housing project, which was announced by the then Mayor Helen Apartheid journalist Zille at Luandle Committee Hall in 2008. This piece of land was part of the land that was meant for Fate Plus housing project, although it was zoned for agriculture, which is found next to a river not suitable for housing as it is in the river banks. We are happy that the City of Cape Town has come to their senses and recommend for a land swap of the remainder EF 5113 to ensure positive interface between Serons Pass River Corridor and prioritize the upgrade of the Serons Pass River Channel to reduce the risk of floods when Fate Plus housing project is completed. The land swap will maximize the human settlement opportunities for them to be able to obtain transform land to have a land that will be suitable for housing purposes for the people of Strand. We support the recommendation, hoping that the Department of Human Settlement will see a need to expedite the process of building houses at Fate Plus so that people of Luandle, Nomzamo, Casablanca, Asana village, and Rostov can have a house after being waiting for more than 2 decades. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Stacey.
Madam Speaker, I really wish that today's meeting was in person so I could look at the EFF councillor in the face when he listens to my speech, if he actually listens, because they claim to be pro-poor and claim to be championing the needs of the vulnerable for housing, but consistently vote against us in council to release specific lands for housing purposes. If he had bothered to read this item, which they're always told to do by us in our speeches, they would have known that it isn't just a freebie handing out of this viable land. Their lack of attention to detail is actually getting beyond tiresome now. No wonder municipalities across the country are falling apart because they're probably not doing their fiduciary duty to pay attention when there are opposition. This is part of a land swap with Earth 5109, otherwise known as Ruin Farm. After years of careful negotiations between the city, Ward 100 residents, and the current owner of Earth 5109. This is in order to unlock actually slightly bigger and more suitable land for us to use specifically for housing. Not only that, the housing will solve a large portion of Heidelberg's housing issues and free up the land on the N2 road reserve to unlock the new N2 route. So clearly this EFF councillor doesn't like 2-for-1 specials and should perhaps consult with Councillor Jacobson about these benefits. If this councillor had bothered to contact me and asked me about this, I could have updated him and shared the sub-council presentations and shared with him and spared him his embarrassment today. Furthermore, this lazy argument that they often bring in our sub-council or in council in general that housing needs to be closer to the CBD is also nauseating, because this argument doesn't always hold water in some areas. and they should actually do their research and know their audience. Heidelberg residents don't want to travel 50 kilometers to a job in town. They want a job here close to home. They don't want to move out to Heidelberg to be closer to jobs because they grew up and love it here, as do I. So this councillor not know that life isn't a one size fits all. On Councillor Denise's point, yes, the city is spending over 300 million to fortify the Solaris River to prevent it from flooding in the future. So that is a moot point in the first place. So lastly, Speaker, this housing development is on track and all public participation processes are being meticulously followed. So as such, I move this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 924. All in favor of the recommendation? Anyone against the recommendation? Good is against. Good is abstaining, sorry. CMC is supporting. And Cape Exit is against. EFF is against. NCC is against. All right, councillors, the recommendation is carried. Councillors, it's almost 1:20. I'm going to adjourn the meeting till, for 40 minutes. If we can please be back and re-registered by 2 o'clock. Thank you. Councillors, are we all back in the meeting? Councillors, the link is at the top of the iron box. What was? It's not. We've created a new one. Okay, we'll post the new one. Thank you. Councillors, it's 2 o'clock. We're going to resume. There will be another link sent in the iron box. So please register on that link. But we move on to item 33. And the first speaker there is Councillor Mcngezi, who's not in the meeting. So we move on. Councillor Susela, can you propose the recommendation?
Certainly, Speaker. I propose the item 33.
Thank you very much.
It's actually an item for noting. I don't know why we wanted to speak on it, but yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So that item is noted. A recommendation was on page 35. We move on to item 35. Councillor Dedezani.
We had moved for the item for noting.
Thank you,
Speaker. Thanks,
Thank you. Councillor Notsotso.
Seconded, Speaker.
Okay, so that one has a recommendation for approval. All in favour of the recommendation? Anyone against? Thank you. That recommendation is carried. And then we move on to item 41. We've just done 35. We end 35. Okay, so we're on item 41. The only speaker on this is Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, CMC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought Councillor Sutash was going to speak on this.
Yeah, except that he didn't come to the meeting, so we're moving on.
Okay, then it's fine. Let's just go because it's for information and noting in any case.
All right, the item is noted. We move on to item 42. The first speaker there is Councillor Palm.
Speaker, by rights, the City of Cape Town Council should be appointed to this position on the Castle Control Board. The appointment of Mr. Steyn is confounding. He has written books exposing the corrupt Steinhoff, a former DA funder. He has written about the transfer of wealth upwards, which is exactly what the DA does with its rates and taxes to screw the poor, the working class, and the middle class. He's exposed corrupt financial practices, which is exactly what the city's impact covers up. But when viewed through the lens of cadre deployment, it all begins to make sense. Just as the mayor deployed his loyal cadre, Gareth van Onselen, as the council's representative to UCT in 2021, here we see another insider appointment. Here we see the deployment of someone who worked loyally for MEC Bradal and now the mayor. Just like the mayor gives municipal money to his former school and the deputy mayor gives taxpayers' money to his church, so the mayor gives appointments to his loyal circle of trust. It's not who you know, it's what you know. Speaker, the Good Party does not support cadre deployment, so we do not support this item. I hand it over to Alderman Mayor to give a glowing testimony of his friend for his irregular cadre deployment. I thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it was Councillor Palm that gave the glowing recommendation, extolling all of Mr. Steyn's virtues and all the good books that he's written, and all the accountability that he has enforced as a journalist, and as an author. I almost don't need to say anything more positive about Mr. Steyn other than what Councillor Palm has already raised. So I'm surprised to hear that he opposes it. I am, on the other hand, I'm in full support and really motivate the proposed appointment of Mr. Steyn to the Castle Control Board, as it represents a much-needed step forward in safeguarding and enhancing one of Cape Town's most iconic landmarks, the Castle of Good Hope. The Castle of Good Hope should be a globally significant, truly accessible center of excellence that showcases South Africa's shared, fascinating heritage. This appointment is proposed to begin the much-needed turnaround at the castle, so that potential can finally be achieved. Mr. Steyn holds a master's degree in history, giving him a keen understanding of our nation's heritage. The castle is the oldest surviving colonial building in South Africa, as we all know. It is not just a structure, but it is a living testament to our country's complex past. Mr. Steyn's academic expertise will ensure that its cultural and educational value is preserved and promoted with the sensitivity and insight and nuance that it deserves. Complementing this, he also holds a degree in accounting, which equips him with the financial acumen necessary for effective governance at the castle, something that is sorely needed. Importantly, in direct reference to Councillor Palm's nonsense claim around cadre deployment, this position is not remunerated. It is an entirely voluntary commitment to help turn around the castle. Speaker, let's ask some difficult questions. Why is the castle not yet a UNESCO World Heritage Site, able to attract many more visitors per year? Why is the castle struggling to secure its precinct and struggling to ensure visitors and employees feel safe when visiting the castle? Why does the castle continue to disintegrate in front of our eyes, with poor maintenance leading to extensive damage to the infrastructure? How is it possible that Table Mountain attracts more than 6,000 visitors every day, while the castle attracts hardly any? How was it that an illegal land occupation was allowed at an active military installation, and it was left up to the City of Cape Town to eventually remove and resolve that illegal occupation? These are all tough questions that need proper interrogation and a sound plan of action to fix. For a long time, we did not know that the city had the leverage and the position on the Castle Control Board to actually effect the change and turnaround. And this is an important lesson in reading the source documents, because it was only when we read the Castle Control Act, which is an act of Parliament, that we found out that the city actually can affect and start to change and effect the turnaround needed at the castle. And so too, the Premier of the Western Cape also has a delegate and an appointee on the Castle Control Board, and we are working with the Premier to make sure that that representative is also someone who is committed to turning around the situation at the castle. The castle should be a major tourist attraction and a favorite visiting spot for Capetonians. The castle has enormous job creation potential that I am sure we all agree is simply not being achieved at present. Better oversight is needed, better guidance is needed, and therefore this appointment matters profoundly to the city of Cape Town and to all the people of Cape Town. So, Speaker, not only should we appoint this representative, Mr. Steyn, we should also give him a clear mandate today to drive urgent change at the castle. The status quo cannot continue and must change for the better and change soon. So I urge us to support this nomination so together we can elevate the castle and in turn uplift our city. And I thank Councillor Palm for extolling Mr. Steyn's many virtues.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 182. Can we adopt that recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against? Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried. Councillors, we are going to go back to item C41 because there appears to have been a mix-up with the ANC whip notifying me about a change in their speaking. So we're going to ask Councillor Majuza to speak to this item, and Councillor Adams will speak after that. Councillor Majuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I must say that this report of MPAC reflects the city that it is in crisis in terms of governance. The mere fact that the report made mention of 37 investigations in the last financial year demonstrates a total disregard of tenets of MFMA as anchor to safeguard unlawful decisions, as related to municipal finances. The report further states that, Speaker, that these investigations are totaling to a tune of 581 million of irregular, fruitless, unauthorized, and wasteful expenditure in one financial year. The violation of supply chain management policies and MFMA is a gross misconduct by both administrative and executive leadership of the so-called well-run city. You cannot call yourself a well-run city, yet you have more than R500 million, Speaker, on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in one financial year. Let me be clear, no amount of spinning can change this fact, Speaker. Mayor Gordon Lewis is a typical spin doctor who is prepared to use everything in his disposal to twist the truth. The ANC is calling action on those officials who abdicate their responsibilities. The less we talk about the chairperson of MPAC, the better. This man is a typical puppet of the ruling party in the city. How do we trust his judgments when the very same chairperson who's supposed to be impartial is conniving with the ruling party in the city? The latest recordings of the Speaker plotting against the motion of no confidence against her vindicates the ANC. While the report is for noting, the ANC will report this rot to the relevant oversight structures and citizens of Cape Town. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I didn't know that Councillor Majuza is lazy, I would have suggested that he volunteer himself to serve on MPAC, because there he would know that we've had 10 ordinary meetings in the last financial year, 4 special meetings, and 37 task teams. That means that we've met more than 50 times. And if he wants to become a member of MPAC, I would ask him to please speak to yourself, the Speaker, or the Chief Whip, and myself, and then we can and find a place for him at MPAC where he can come and extend his vast knowledge of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, where we can then understand his interpretation of what financial management means. Because if we look at the report basically tells us what wonderful work MPAC has done. And I just wanted to educate my colleague that his colleagues from Nelson Mandela Bay recently came to learn from us. They came to us asking us to assist them because they understand that Cape Town's impact is the best impact in the country. And this is not the first time or the second time or even the last time that his colleagues from up north have come to learn from Cape Town's impact. And we treated them very well. For the first time in many, many years, we actually had a lunch and we educated them as best as we can. And they wrote us a fantastic letter of thanks. So I don't know why he is so adamant, but if he wishes, I would certainly suggest that he
Okay. Thank you very much. We have, is that for noting? That's for noting. All right. Thank you very much. And we move on to the next item, item 43, Councillor Visagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the changes are reflected in the report and there are no other changes to be read in. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we note those changes and approve the recommendation. We move on to item C43A, and the first speaker there is Councillor Davids.
Good afternoon, everybody present. Today we deal with the disciplinary hearing into Alderman van der Heede. He faced 7 charges of alleged contraventions of the Code of Conduct, 7 serious charges, yet every single one was dismissed. Not because he was clear on the facts, but because of inadequate evidence, because witnesses were unwilling to testify, and because the committee found the allegations concerning but not conclusive. Delay the process for more than 2 years, drag communities through frustration, and then dismiss everything on technicalities. And we must ask, why are the witnesses unwilling to testify? Is it fear? Is it intimidation? Or is it simply that we have lost faith in the system that protects councillors instead of protecting the people? The people of Hanover Park protested, petitioned, and cried out for justice, and once again they were ignored. Madam Speaker, the DA may think this case is closed, but the people will not forget, and neither will we. Before I close, Madam Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to say Happy Women's Month to our female councillors in this chamber. It's unfortunate that the mayor could not even extend the courtesy, a simple acknowledgement of the role women play in our democracy. Instead, we have witnesses behavior in this very chamber where certain councillors think it's acceptable to call women idiots simply to exercise because we exercise our democratic right to speak. Madam Speaker, is it any wonder that when councillors get chased, there's no wonder that the councillors get chased out of their own communities. Respect is earned, not demanded. And when our women are disrespected here, it reflects the deeper disrespect that the communities feel out there. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes. Councillor Haynes, are you available? Councillor Haynes, are you not connected with your city laptop? Then there's going to be a problem because it was pointed out that in terms of speaking to the item, you would need to be on a city laptop. So then I'm going to move on. Councillor Asing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to confirm, I'm audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Mayor, members of Council, as we gathered during Women's Month, we honour the legacy of the 20,000 courageous women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956, demanding dignity, equality and justice. Their bravery laid the foundation of the freedoms we enjoy today. Let us recommit ourselves to building a society where women in our communities, our homes, and in this very council are empowered to lead, to speak, and to thrive. We must continue to create space for women to rise, free from discrimination, intimidation, or exclusion. Turning to the matter before us, the investigation into Alderman A. van der Heede, as outlined in item C43A, I wish to place on record that Alderman Van der Heide has been found not guilty on all 7 allegations brought against him. This unanimous decision by the disciplinary committee affirms the integrity of our oversight mechanisms. Madam Speaker, I would like to again confirm it was a unanimous decision by all the members that were still present on the disciplinary committee. This outcome follows a structured and legally compliant process as defined in terms of reference for the disciplinary committee. The Speaker, as the custodian of councillor discipline, received the complaint, initiated the investigation and referred the matter to the disciplinary committee. Operating as a quasi-judicial body, the committee conducted closed hearings, allowed for legal representation, and adhered to the principles of natural justice, including the Alteram Partem rule. Only councillors who attended all hearings were permitted to participate in the final deliberations, ensuring fairness and consistency throughout. I commend the Democratic Alliance members of the Portfolio Committee for their unwavering commitment throughout this process, which commenced on the 20th of February 2023 and concluded on the 24th of July 2025, more than 2 years. Importantly, I wish to thank Alderman van der Heide for his transparent and honest participation throughout the process. His respectful engagement with the committee exemplifies the mature leadership we expect from our elected representatives. Let us also reflect on a critical principle. The processes and mechanisms of the disciplinary committee must never be weaponized for political assassination attempts. These structures exist to uphold accountability and protect the integrity of our institutions, not to settle political scores or undermine elected officials. Misuse of these mechanisms erodes public trust and weakens the very foundations of our democracy. Let me be unequivocal. Members from political parties who did not attend all the meetings must not now attack the process. If the matter was not important enough for them to commit their time and effort, it is disingenuous to feign interest now. The credibility of our processes depends on consistent and principled participation, not opportunistic commentary after the fact. The conclusion of this matter reinforces the importance of due process, accountability, and the high standards we must uphold as public representatives. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that as a disciplinary committee, we followed all the due processes. We've allowed everybody that was part of this process to make their case. Madam Speaker, the disciplinary committee recommends that the council adopt the recommendations of this item as outlined on page 4. Thank you.
Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 4. All in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Is there anyone against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. All right, thank you. We now move on to item C44, motions. The first motion is the motion from Councillor Cupido, and that is a motion of no confidence in the Speaker, which in fact should be a motion to remove because we don't have motions of no confidence at Council, but nevertheless, in the interest of being fair and open and transparent and all those good things, we're going to continue with it. But to do so, I'm going to relinquish the chair and I'm going to ask for a nomination for a chair for this item. Councillor, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to nominate Alderman Matthew Kempthorne as the acting speaker or acting chair for this item.
Thank you. Councillor Dambuza. Okay. Is Councillor Dambuza able to speak? Councillor Dambuza?
Yes, the mic was closed.
Well, it's open. Can you speak?
Yeah, but the process of the nomination cannot be done by you. We do have an acting. We do have an acting city manager. So you need to recuse yourself.
Thank you
so that
for that
the
advice.
city manager is the one that is conducting the process.
So the legal advice from the legal department here with us and the acting city manager is that I am able to deal with the appointment of an acting speaker for this item. So thank you, but we will move forward. Councillor Tito.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the issue is not on whether what legal says, but how does it look to you as a speaker? That you voluntarily recuse yourself, but at the same time, you are the one who appoints who you preside over a process that determines that. How does it look to you?
So the issue is actually, if you understand the process, we're calling for a nomination and then we will vote on it. And the majority of councillors in the city will decide. We've had a nomination for Councillor Matthew Kempson. Councillor Mugungwana.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the legislation is clear in terms of when you recuse yourself from a matter, who should chair the meeting. If I quote it correctly, any person nominated by the MEC must chair that meeting. Failing that, the city manager then can chair the meeting, not the council to appoint an acting chairperson. The legislation is not stipulating that.
Thank you very much. So the legislation is quite clear. We've had a nomination of Councillor Kempthorne. Those in favour of Councillor Kempthorne? Anyone against? All right. So I'm going to step aside out of the chair and allow Councillor Kempthorne to take the chair.
There are still hands. There are still hands. I don't know why you're moving.
We've moved on now. We've had a majority vote. No one so far has objected.
Speaker, how do you have a majority vote when there was no votes recorded, Speaker?
If they do in the IM box,
Speaker, there's no majority.
The majority is the mayor proposed it, so the DA is the majority. Thank you very much. Councillor Kempthorne.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We are now going to deal with item C44, which is a motion received from Councillor J. Cupido from the Good Party. Councillor Cupido, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Acting Chairperson or Speakers. Let me first start off by saying this. When you recuse yourself from a meeting, it means that you completely leave the meeting. You cannot, when we have it in chambers and somebody recuses him or herself, they leave the meeting. The speaker, the current speaker is currently still on the meeting. She should be out of the meeting. It completely express and show the arrogance of the speaker and the fact that what is within this motion is genuinely true. You see,
Thank you, Councillor Cupido. We have had legal advice on that. So please either propose your motion. Please continue.
You see, councillors, the presence of the speaker here today is not a mistake. It is a deliberate act of arrogance. I'm proposing my motion. I'm proposing my motion, Acting Chairperson. I'm busy with it. Unless you want me to just say I propose, and then it means that the bully is actually what I'm complaining about continually. This is why the motion is here.
Please continue.
So it was not a deliberate act of arrogance. It sends a message to this council and to the residents of Cape Town that she believes herself above the very rules and laws that govern us. And when the speaker places herself above the laws, she places this entire institution in disrepute. Her conduct has continually shown bias, indifferences and disregard of the law. She has failed to maintain order in terms of Section 37D of the Structures Act and failed to enforce discipline impartially as required under Section 37E and J, and failed to protect the integrity of our voting processes under Rule 15. Instead of presiding fairly, she has tolerated violence, allowed racial insults, excused councillors from her own party, and punished only the opposition. This is not impartial leadership, it's arrogance cloaked in authority. And to the residents of Cape Town listening today, the arrogance does not stay inside this council. It filters directly into your lives. When the Speaker disregards the rules of law and order here, it justifies lawlessness in your communities. When she shows bias in council, it erodes the fairness you deserve when waiting for housing, for safety, for jobs, and for the basic dignity of service delivery. We cannot ignore the most recent incident involving Councillor Dambuza, who was forcibly removed and choked due to the Speaker's misapplication of the rules. Her cold response, they did not stand when I called for a moment of silence, reducing councillors' safety to nothing more than unruly behavior, was the final proof of her indifferences. If the Speaker shows so little concern for the lives and safety of councillors in the chambers, what hope do our residents have that their lives and their safety will ever be valued? Councillors, let me remind you of the DA's own words. Just yesterday in Beaufort West, they declared that electing a new Speaker would bring stable leadership and that residents deserve uninterrupted good governance. If that is true in Beaufort West, then it is true here in Cape Town. You cannot claim that a Speaker is central to stability and service delivery when it suits you politically in one municipality and then defends a failing Speaker in another. This is hypocrisy, and it comes at the direct expense of Cape Town's residents. The truth is, the Speaker either ensures stability, fairness, and service delivery, or they destroy it. In this chambers or in this council, the Speaker has chosen arrogance over accountability, partially over fairness, and contempt over responsibility. She has violated our rules of order and the Municipal Structures Act, and in doing so, she has dragged this council into disrepute. Fellow councillors, our residents are watching. They are watching to see whether we as councillors will defend arrogance or defend the law. They are watching to see whether we will protect a failing Speaker or protect the dignity of this council. The law is clear, the rules are clear. What is not clear is what must end today is the Speaker's arrogance in violating them both. So I plead with you, put aside party loyalty, put aside fear, put aside convenience. Think of the residents of Cape Town who are tired of arrogance, tired of political games, and desperate for fairness and stability. Today, you have a chance to show them that this council values them above arrogance. For the sake of fairness, for the sake of accountability, for the sake of the integrity of this council, I urge you, councillors, to support this motion of no confidence, because arrogance cannot be the law of this chamber. Only the law itself can. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Cupido. You were not meant to debate it. You were meant to actually read the motion. You could have been on the debate list. But before we move on to the actual debate of the motion, there has been a correspondence from Councillor Dambuza of the Economic Freedom Front, and I just want to explain to Council through what the legal department has said to me. Councillor Dambuza has said that the motion of no confidence needs to be scheduled in the Council chamber for the next Council meeting. Two issues. First issue is Councillor Dambuza did not propose this motion. Second issue is it is already on the agenda as per the Speaker's prerogative. Secondly, that the Speaker recuse herself. She has. Thirdly, that the vote be conducted by secret ballot, which I will deal with now. And then the fourth point, the legal department says is non-compliant. So Councillor Dambuza's additional points are not legally compliant. As for the vote by secret ballot, I am an acting chair of this meeting, even though it is the prerogative of the Speaker of Council whether or not it is an open or closed ballot, as per a number of court cases in the Republic of South Africa. Therefore, I will allow Council to vote whether or not it is a secret ballot. We will vote by parties. So please, is that correct, legal advisor? Okay, that is correct. So we will vote by parties. You can vote in the I am box.
Sorry, you need to put the question.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. The question is, should the motion against the Speaker be an open ballot or a secret ballot? The governing party has said open ballot.
What is he debating on the legal opinion?
No, Councillor Cupido, we are debating. There is no debate here. Council, I'm allowing Council to decide whether or not it is an open ballot or a secret ballot.
Okay, sorry, is this on the motion? If it's on the, amendment motion of Councillor Dambuza, it must be on the screen, Chairperson, in terms of the rules.
The amendment by Councillor Dambuza is not legally compliant. That is why I followed the legal advice on that. There is no debate on this. Okay. Okay, that then concludes this issue. We will now move on to the actual debate on the motion, and at the end of that, we will then vote, where it will be an open ballot, which will be put in the IAM, where every councillor would then needs to vote as per the IAM, which will be posted once the debate is concluded. Okay, we will start the debate now. The first speaker is Councillor Mkavashi from the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So let me deal with this motion. Councillor, please note that the office of the Speaker is governed by a framework. The Speaker of Council plays one of the most important leadership and governance roles in the Municipal Council under South African law, particularly the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 as amended, read with Schedule 1 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 Code of Conduct. Speaker's duties are both legislative and oversight. Legislative in a sense that they are linked to the functioning of council, and also is oversight in ensuring accountability and adherence to the law. The law is so unambiguous, Chair, on the role of and functions of the Speaker that it even uses the strong word must in the Structures Act, Section 37, subsection C, D, E, and F. And I would encourage the Good Party caucus and others to go read it to understand the framework at their own time. So, councillors, the word must carries a very specific and powerful meaning. It is not just ordinary, it has a binding legal effect. The Speaker is clearly misunderstood in this instance while fulfilling these obligations in law, which I just listed above. So today we are presented with the motion that seeks to suggest a no confidence on the Speaker on this council based on flimsy concocted accusations. These are mere list of what are called unfounded claims, and they deserve to be scrutinized not with political optimism, but with facts, fairness, and a commitment to the integrity of this council, so that the public watching online and mainstream media can see the real crux of the matter here. It is easy to throw around allegations. It is far difficult to substantiate them. And when we examine the records of events here, we find that this motion is not built on evidence, but on perception, misunderstanding, and in some cases, a deliberate misrepresentation of events. On the persistent failure of maintaining order, the Speaker is entrusted with the maintaining order and upholding the rule of this council in terms of the law. That sometimes requires firm decision that may not always be popular, but That does not equate to failure to maintain order. Rather, it speaks to the leader of council, a presiding officer who upholds discipline and ensures that this council operates with the decorum and seriousness it deserves. The claim that the speaker is guilty of selective discipline, bias, and lack of impartiality are not only unfounded, they are a deliberate distortion of the speaker's duty to uphold order in this council. Discipline in the chamber is guided by the rules of order, not by personal preference. Where members have breached those rules, action has been taken. Where members have complied, none was necessary. To call this selective is to suggest that enforcement of rules should ignore context and conduct, a suggestion that is both illogical and dangerous. I want to add also that bias is not proven by outcomes that some members dislike. Bias would mean favoring one group regardless of the rules, but the record shows clearly that the speaker has ruled against all sides at different times, depending on the behavior and circumstances. That is the very definition of impartiality, rather. Impartiality does not mean neutrality in the face of misconduct. It means applying the same rules consistently, even when the ruling is unpopular. To accuse the speaker of lacking impartiality for disciplining disorder is to confuse firmness with favoritism. The true danger lies not in the speaker's ruling, but in the reckless weaponization of these accusations. Every baseless charge chips away, Chair, at the authority of this institution and misleads the public into believing our rules are negotiable. They are not negotiable, Chair. The Speaker's duty is to preserve the dignity of this council, not to indulge political theater. Selective discipline, bias, and partiality may be a language of those who prefer chaos, but it is not the practice of this Speaker of Council we have in Cape Town. In fact, I think there are signs of political immaturity here, and let me address them in that when leaders of opposition abandon responsibility for cheap theatric actions, when debate is replaced by insults, and when scoring points becomes more important than serving the people, we betray the very institutions we sought to protect. A lack of political maturity has dangerous consequences, Chair. The public loses faith when they see opposition leaders behaving like hecklers instead of problem-solving champions. Immature politics means endless disruptions, motions without substance, and debates that goes into circles instead of moving our community forward. Its foundation is rooted in sowing divisions. So instead of building consensus around solution, immaturity thrives on polarization, leaving our people trapped between competing egos instead of benefiting from collective wisdom. True political maturity requires discipline, patience, and the ability to rise above personal grievances for the sake of common good. Those who lack political maturity do not harm the opponent, they harm their voters. I call upon all their voters to please see them for who they are. On undermining the integrity, Chair, the rules of council exist to be followed, not ignored, and not manipulated. There has been no evidence presented that the Speaker has acted outside the authority vested in her office. Every ruling, every decision made has been in accordance with the law and procedure of this institution. If some find those decisions inconsistent, that is a political issue, not a procedural one. Allow me to share with Council that Speaker does not control the outcome of voting. The Speaker ensures that process of voting during reports resolution is conducted lawfully, transparently, and according to the rules of order and all municipal related frameworks. Every vote taken under the Speaker's oversight has been counted, recorded, and declared in line with these rules. To claim otherwise is a direct insult on the integrity of Council itself. The accusation of undermining integrity often arises when some members are dissatisfied with the outcome of vote, But democracy does not mean every side gets results it desired, Chair. It means every side gets a fair and equal chance in process. That process has never been compromised under Alderman Purchas's leadership. The accusation that the Speaker has acted improperly in the adjudicating points of order is both unfounded and misleading. The role of the presiding officer is not to bend to whims of any party or member, but to apply the rules of order constantly, fair, and with the framework of municipal laws and our council standing rules. I have to address this, that point of order are not instruments of disruption. They are meant to uphold the decorum and procedure of council. Where members have attempted to misuse them to stall debate or score political points, Speaker has been firm in curbing that misuse. That firmness should not be mistaken for bias. Every ruling Speaker made has been within the authority vested in her as a chair. The record will show that Speaker has allowed fair hearing of legitimate points while dismissing those that were frivolous, repetitive, or outside the scope of the rules. That is not improper adjudication. Instead, it is the very duty of the presiding officer. I've taken two from Relin, note that, from my colleague. It is the duty of the presiding officer to uphold counsel. Dissatisfaction with the ruling does not equal misconduct. The rules do not guarantee that everyone will agree with the chair. They only guarantee that order will be maintained. Changes to the venue, Chair, the meeting venue formats were made in terms of the provisions as contained in the rules of order, which stipulate that it is the Speaker who decides where and when virtual or any other meeting of council will take place. In addition to this, the changes of platforms from in-person and also done is also done for logical and safety cost accessible reasons, not for partisan gain. I've got 2 minutes extra, Chair, that I've taken from my colleague.
Not according to my list. No, I wasn't informed. But
okay, it was communicated to the legal advisor, Maxine. Can I continue?
Okay, you got 12 minutes then. Continue.
Okay. Of all the council meetings held this year, only one other meeting was held virtually. Contrary to the motion, virtual meetings are indeed open and even more accessible to the public, whereas normal in-person sittings is limited and virtually cheaper as they involve no travel to attend them. The incident involving Councillor Dambuza, the Speaker acted within the rules, and I must remind the House that rather it is authorized officers, not the Speaker, that are responsible for enforcing removals. Any physical alterations is deeply regrettable, but cannot be ascribed to Speaker's conduct. The allegation that the Speaker of Council is a source of reputational harm and erosion of public trust is both reckless and absurd. In fact, the very accusation is baseless, political driven, and deliberately sensational, and one that poses the real threat to standing of council and as a council as an institution. I must also register that public trust is not eroded when rules are upheld. Public trust is eroded when councillors treat the rules as an optional matter, when they disrupt proceedings and when they choose theatric actions over service. To blame the Speaker for enforcing order is to punish accountability and reward misconduct, Chair. I'm concluding now that, allow me to conclude by submitting that this motion is not about governance, it's about politics. It is about attempt to weaken the Speaker who has refused to compromise on the rules and who has remained committed to ensuring that council is functioning properly. If we entertain this motion, we will be setting a wrong precedent. Here we are witnessing a political witch hunt. A witch hunt is not an inquiry. It is a predetermined verdict, Chair, looking for evidence to justify itself. It is a strategy used when facts are weak, but political motives are strong. The good party and the others must not pretend that this is about principles of fairness and justice. If it were, we would see real evidence, real engagement, and commitment to due process. Instead, we see vague allegation exaggerated claims and relentless campaign to discredit the Speaker who refuses to bend to political pressure. This motion is simply dangerous game that threatens this, and for these reasons, I reject this motion, Chairperson, in its entirety, and call on all of you, my fellow councillors of this august house, to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not going to recognize points of order on this motion, so we will go on to the second speaker, which is Councillor Sali from Al Jamar. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, points of order is allowed. Nowhere in the rules of order does it say that the point of order.
Councillor Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Assalamu alaikum. The Speaker of Municipal Council is responsible for maintaining order and ensuring compliance with council rules, procedures, and upholding the integrity of council. The Speaker is expected to be impartial, unbiased, fair in their conduct and decisions without favouring one political party or individual above another. As Al Jamar, we wonder if the Speaker can honestly say that she's been unbiased and impartial and that she has fairly and correctly applied the rules and regulations with no ulterior motives or fear or favour. Today, we sit on a virtual platform once more as it appears a deliberate attempt to undermine opposition councillors, the residents of Western Cape, and the motion before this council today whereby a secret ballot has been requested. It is very unfortunate that for nearly 4 years, despite many concerns and allegations raised and meetings held with the Speaker surrounding the Speaker's biases, failure to correctly and fairly apply the rules of council, lack of impartiality exercise, victimisation of opposition councillors, failure to listen to objections of opposition parties, exclusionary and silencing tactics by using virtual platforms, all leading to an unhappiness we witness today, leading to prior motion and another today. The Speaker's partiality to DA councillors and allowance of and indulgence of their poor behaviour has led to this House being in shambles. It was indeed disheartening to witness actions by Speaker and this House against Councillor Dambuza and clear biases in the minutes today presented and silence on the councillors' actual objections in the last meeting. Every action there is a reaction, and after nearly 4 years of this abuse, the attempts continue to undermine and silence councillors. We cannot continue in this manner. The extent of the disrespect by the DA-run City of Cape Town and Speaker was further highlighted when the recording was placed in public space this week, detailing the collusion and actions used to undermine the motion before council today. Shocking but not surprising who the nice-to-have parties are to speak on behalf of the DA Speaker, namely Yahya Adams of Cape Muslim Congress and Jack of Cape Exit. I guess the bias shows we are all not nice-to-have parties. This action reconfirms concerns raised by opposition parties on Speaker's bias, prejudice and lack of ability to fairly apply the rules and regulations in council. Unfortunately, there is no confidence that the Speaker can keep order in this House. The Speaker can do well to learn from National Parliament speakers, especially Honourable Toko Tediza, who knows how to maintain fairness and order amongst all political parties. Allegations was that Parliament is a circus, but clearly the City of Cape Town is more in a shambles these days. Al Jamar concur with the content of and support the motion brought by Good. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Under 3 minutes. And the next speaker is Councillor Tandela of the Economic Freedom Front. Fighters, sorry. Councillor Tandela. Sorry. Sorry, I've been told it's Councillor Mazwi.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Councillor Mazwi has issues with the notebook, so
okay,
she can't speak anyways.
You'll speak for her for 3 minutes.
It's fine, not a problem. I don't know who elected you, how you got even to occupy the seat you're sitting on. I rise today on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to express our unequivocal support for this motion of no confidence on Facility Patches, who does not even deserve to be called either a woman or a speaker for the City of Cape Town. It's even useless to go through your speech here that will highlight how biased the processes that of the City of Cape Town they've been following, even to this. What is very disappointing, I just want to talk to my brother here, Brother Bavash. You know, what white people are good to do, my friend, and you're probably old in politics. They will use one of our own to even highlight the loopholes and even try to poke holes in everything that we do. They will never use themselves. They will use you. That is why they'll even back in the days, they'll even send dogs or even send black policemen to shoot us. I don't know why you allow yourself to be used by white people. I don't know why you allow yourself to be used by this bias and racist DA. You even have big words here talking about witchcraft, you're talking about fairness. What fairness are we talking about here? There's no fairness that you know this. When you are at home, you drive with your car, you know there is no fairness that the DA is doing under the Speaker Felicity. We don't know if she even deserved to be given a name Speaker going forward. You cannot allow yourself to be used like that. Each and every one of you, you know what has happened to Councillor Dambuza. Councillor Dambuza was choked. Councillor Dambuza almost died because of Felicity. We know that. She is doing this to us today. Tomorrow it's going to be another black person. When you see it fit, you must protect white people. You must protect this DA. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Spoons yourself, even yourself, you should be ashamed for you to come here and speak big English for 12 minutes. We're listening to you. It's so sad. It's so sad. I don't know if you feel proud about such. You come here and protect a Felicity that almost killed one of our councillors. Thank you very much. And we vote, our vote is for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Miller of Cape Exit, and you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can.
So if you can just bear with me. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Councillor Cupido is looking for a job with the EFF or Boswell Wilkie, but this motion certainly looks like a CV application to do so. I'd normally consider the good councillors to rank as above average on literacy levels, but Councillor Cupido himself may be looking for work opportunities in places where he feels more comfortable. In the very first point of his motion, he refers to the Councillor Miller incident, where he incorrectly states that Councillor Miller was tasked with apologising. Considering the 30% education crisis in South Africa, this is clearly where reading with comprehension becomes important. Councillor Cupido is under the impression that I should have apologised for using the term economic migrants, which Councillor Dambuza, certain ANC and certain good councillors had found offensive. No doubt Councillor Cupido did too. The heart palpitations he suffered could easily have been avoided if a dictionary had been close at hand. Stats SA and countless other demographics and statistical analysis organizations around South Africa and the world use this term daily. I don't recommend he holds his breath waiting for myself or Stats SA or the various governmental departments, universities, as well as local and international news outlets to apologize for facts, something the EFF and Good struggle with. Where I will agree with Councillor Cupido is on point number 2 of his motion, where he states that the Speaker should apply her rules equally. To this, I will agree. Where I was removed by the Speaker from Council for no legitimate reason, we have all witnessed EFF, ANC and Good councillors act as if they are above the law and get away with it. When we all signed our code of conduct, when becoming councillors, I thought that the rules would apply to all councillors equally. I had no idea that there was a direct correlation between rule enforcement and donut consumption. If anyone deserves an apology, it is the 200 councillors who had to waste 2 hours playing musical chairs last month while the...
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Councillor Tyder of the ANC, and that is 4 minutes. Councillor Tyder. Councillor Tyder, just unmute yourself. Councillor Tyder. Okay, we will come back to you. So the next speaker after Councillor Tyder is Councillor Yahya Adams. CMC. You have
Chairperson of this meeting, please indulge me. You know, I very rarely speak in council, so allow me to complete my address. And I would like to start off by saying that I am responsible for what I say, but I'm not responsible for what the next person hears or how the next person understands. There is a Turkish proverb that says, when a clown moves into a palace, he does not become a king. The palace becomes a circus. This means that when a clown who is known for their antics and lack of seriousness becomes a king, the palace, which would be a symbol of order and dignity, would become a place of chaos and disorder. Our council may not be a palace, but it is the locale where order and decorum is important, as council grants opportunity for leadership of this city to represent the needs and concerns of Cape Townians. Unfortunately, there are among us those who, for many reasons, lack the required basic quality of education, knowledge, experience, and skills. Thus, they have no wisdom to engage in a skilled and qualified manner that befits the dignity of the council and the people they alleged that they represent. Thus, we often have problems with our council engagement, as the behavior of representatives display a lack of dignity, decorum, basic etiquette, and overall manners. Although not all of us has had the opportunity to secure an authentic education, the issue of basic manners is something that was the responsibility of our parents. If parents fail to teach their offspring manners, it is not the duty of the Speaker of Council to teach elementary etiquette manners to public representatives. Unfortunately, in 2025, it has become the sad task of the Speaker to defend the dignity of council against individuals that seek to use every opportunity to grandstand and behave in a manner that is unpleasant to the majority. I'm unsure if the unmannered perform theatrically in council because they do not get the required attention at home or in the community or from their social media networks. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, a wise man speaks when they have something to say. Fools speak because they have to say something. I think that we've got too many fools in this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will conclude the debate with Councillor Arlene Adams of the DA, who has 8 minutes. Councillor Adams. Sorry, I've just been pointed out that, sorry, Councillor Adams, I have my own list is incorrect. Councillor Bangani of the ACDP, you have 4 minutes.
Acting Speaker, the motion before us seeks to remove the Speaker on the basis of her persistent failure to maintain order and decorum of the Council. The motion cites several incidents, including but not limited to the last council meeting before the date of receipt of this motion, referring to the incident involving Councillor Miller and the latest incident involving the removal of Councillor Dambuza. While we acknowledge that the Speaker may have made errors in her ruling in the past, we cannot ignore the behavior of certain councillors who have brought this council into disrepute and made it impossible for the Speaker to exercise her authority. According to Rule 29.1 in the Rules of Order, if a member refuses to comply with the direction in terms of Rule 28, the Speaker may request the city manager to direct an unarmed designated peace officer to remove the member or to cause their removal, to take the steps to prevent their return to the meeting, provided that the Speaker may, in her absolute discretion, permit the return of the member to the meeting on the submission by the said member to the Speaker of a written expression of regret. Such expression of regret must be part of the minute of the meeting. This rule is conveniently forgotten in the motion. Furthermore, Rule 30.1 explicitly forbids a disorderly conduct, which includes creating disruption in council and undermining the Speaker's authority. Such provision exists to ensure the smooth functioning of our council, and it is crucial that we adhere to them. Cape Townians are born wary of shenanigans and disruption of the council since the beginning of this term. They want to hear of a solution of high crime rate in the metro, solutions of issues of housing, sewer spillages, widespread poverty and unemployment, and the struggling economy. In a democratic institution like ours, it is essential to maintain decorum and respect for fellow councillors and to abide by the Speaker's ruling. As the ACDP, we believe in upholding the principles of democracy, accountability, and good governance. While we may have concerns about the Speaker's decision, we cannot support a motion that would create instability and potentially undermine the council effectiveness. In the words of South African Local Government Association guidelines, effective local government requires a culture of accountability, transparency, and good governance. We believe that supporting this motion will be counterproductive to those goals. In conclusion, Speaker, the ACDP will not support the motion of no confidence in the Speaker. We urge our fellow councillors to consider the long-term implication of this motion and to prioritize the stability and effectiveness of our council. Let us work together to build a better city of Cape Town rather than resorting to action that will undermine our collective effort. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, the last speaker is Councillor Arlene Adams of the DA. She has 8 minutes.
Speaker, Acting Speaker, Councillor Chido did not speak.
Yes, I called him and we unmuted him and he did not then speak, so I need to move on with the business of the day. So we will conclude with Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, please continue. Councillor Adams? Is Councillor Adams unmuted? Councillor Adams, you must unmute from your side. Councillor Adams? Your own mic is muted.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. I struggled to unmute. Just give me some time to get myself together here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Speaker, councillors and officials. This motion has no substance. It is hypocritical and willfully seeks to mislead council and public at large. Firstly, with regards to the false accusation of this, that the Speaker persistently fails to maintain order. Order has been consistently maintained in a highly aggressive and volatile environment. Disciplinary action have been applied within the framework of council rules and the law. However, disruptive cumulative behavior by councillors cannot be shifted onto the Speaker. Our rules of order are there to guide us, but basic human decency should govern our behavior in general. It should be part of our ethical leadership as councillors. But clearly, opposition councillors and parties like the EFF continuously display inappropriate behaviours. At the State of the Nation address, the EFF members stormed the stage during 23 SONA, briefly suspending procedures before removal. The presidency condemned the chaotic actions as utterly disrespectful and indicative of the absence of leadership. EFF leader Julius Malema and other party members were also found guilty. Clearly, this chaotic, disruptive behavior on all government levels seems to continue. Council meetings are constantly disrupted by the different parties, many times either by stay-awakes, walkouts, and shouting over their mics and speakers. Some councillors have a habit of displaying this utterly loud, vocal, aggressive behavior. Council time for them is a time to display their antics. It is these many failing parties that seek relevance now that they are fading away, losing political significance all over the country and especially Cape Town. With regards to selective perceived bias, the Speaker enforces rules against misconduct regardless of party affiliation. Opposition members who force discipline, opposition parties who face discipline do so because of repeated disruptions, not political bias. The rules are very, very clear. If a councillor infringe on them or do not comply, there are consequences. Council must apologize, leave chambers if they refuse to adhere. Law enforcement must be summoned to remove them. We saw how the Cape Exit councillor was carried out by law enforcement in a previous council meeting, as he also refused to apologize or refused to leave the council chambers. We also remind Good Party of their biases, as on occasion when the Good Party and the ANC were affected by the EFS disruptive behavior and actions, it was highly criticized by these parties. The Good Party criticized EFF on the incitement of the taxi strikes. The Deputy Chief of the ANC labeled their behavior as childish and immature. With regards to undermining the integrity of voting, all voting procedures have been conducted transparently and in line with prescribed rules. Any technical or procedural delays have not compromised the integrity of the outcomes. All political parties are given enough time to indicate their votes. Whips have the right to proclaim their votes fairly, openly, and vocally. With regards to improper adjudicating over points of order, as per Rule 4, the Speaker's decision is final and binding. The Speaker cannot be blamed if councillors do not like or agree or do not understand her interpretation of the rules. She cannot be blamed when councillors deliberately misuse the rules to deliberately cause disruption in council. With regards to Good claiming that that the meeting format has changed, changes to venues or meeting formats were made in terms of the provisions as contained in the Rules of Order of Council, as well as Section 29. Good and other parties were well aware of the fact that the council meeting would be virtual meeting. This council meeting was originally scheduled as a virtual meeting prior to Good submission of this motion. Arrangement to hold the August meeting virtually had already been in place, and adverts were also accordingly sent out. Virtual meetings have been held occasionally for the purpose of cost containment. Unfortunately, not something the ANC is great at all. Of all the council meetings held this year, only one other was held virtually, contrary to the motion that virtual meetings are indeed open and even more accessible to the public. With regards to Councillor Tambuza, the Speaker acted within the rules and peace officers. The Speaker are responsible for enforcing removals and any physical altercation that happens because of that is not the Speaker's responsibility. It is deeply regrettable but cannot be ascribed to the Speaker's conduct, who sat about 30 meters away from the incident. Reputational harm and erosion of public trust. It is deceitful to talk about reputational harm. Good has employed as spokesperson for the party somebody guilty of road rage and admitted domestic violence, questioning their process and institutional risk. Good has already lost 3 by-elections to the DA. EFF and ANC has lost complete credibility with the public all over Cape Town. The voters do not trust them to govern Cape Town. They have not won one by-election around Cape Town. These parties are seeking relevance as they are running out of relevance for the public. We strongly oppose the motion to dismiss our Speaker Felicity Purchase from her position. As a woman holding a key position in Cape Town municipality, Speaker Purchase has demonstrated dedicated leadership. Unfortunately, patriarchal biases against women in politics, many women are limited in political decisions and ultimately weakening our democracy. Under Speaker Purchase's guidance, the City of Cape Town has significantly made progress in promoting good governance, ensuring
30 seconds.
transparency, accountability, and effective oversight in the municipality. We reject the motion and we stand against this motion to dismiss the Speaker of the City of Cape Town. By opposing this motion, we can ensure stability, good governance, and continued progress in our city. I so move.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Haynes, you are correct. I did give a little bit of extra time to get online. So what I'm going to do now is probably going to have a motion of no confidence in me from my own caucus. So I will give Councillor Tyder, in the spirit of fairness, his 4 minutes. Councillor Tyder. Councillor Tyder. And you.
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, we can hear you. You've got 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The African National Congress supports the motion as tabled by the Good Party on the grounds, on the legal grounds outlined on above. The first point we want to raise, I think it is fair for anyone to say you do not see what you see. The other councillors, and especially Councillor Adams, when he spoke here, he spoke about people being stupid and people, all of that. And that is the attitude that the Speaker has demonstrated in terms of how the Speaker handles people in general, that she does not even know. The first point here, Speaker, is that the political parties represented in council are not done a favor by the Speaker. All that the motion asks for is for the Speaker actually to apply, stick to the rules as adopted by council, so that there's decorum in the House. It can be correct, Mr. Speaker, to say because somebody has got some emotionality towards a particular member from a particular political party, then that person must be allowed to be choked in public, regardless of who adjudicates over that. I think that my brother, Mr. Navas, it's a pity that you spoke after there was a leak that you were going to be advised in a manner of speaking to this particular meeting. But also there is something that is very strange in terms of how do we maintain decorum. Number one is that fairness and justice is what informs the South African law. What is unfair here, Mr. Speaker, is that is a speaker who just did now in this particular meeting, that the motion is about her, that her herself decides how, at what point that motion is going to be tabled, and who is she going to appoint to preside over that motion. That alone does not really inspire anything on fairness. If we are to if we are to cooperate as councillors, at least in the council precinct, Mr. Speaker, that there be no violence, that there be no interjection, that there be no unfairness towards certain political party speakers on the issue of points of orders when they are raised in council. It would be seen by all everywhere on YouTube and everywhere, Mr. Speaker, how Councillor Tambuza's situation was treated. But even the other issues before that, the only issue that the ANC is placing in front of council today, had the Speaker behaving contrary to what she is accused of, number one, the Speaker would have allowed for the debate to take place in a physical meeting as a first point. So that, as a second point, that there would be no intimidation for all councillors, regardless of their political parties, to participate in this particular debate, as opposed to the stage managed manner in which
now that the debate has been handled, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you. I'm not even going to comment about the comments in the IM box, other than to say that Donald Trump would be proud of all of you. Okay, that is the meeting as the motion. The debate has now concluded, and now I call for a vote. Will you please post the vote in the IM box? Sorry. The link will be posted in the box. Colleagues, we will just wait for the results, and then you will have done with me. Councillors, there are still a number of councillors that haven't voted. Please vote. Councillors, please refrain from writing in the IM box. It is causing trouble for people who need to vote. We're going to give it one more minute for the councillors who still haven't voted. Okay, councillors, I will close the vote. Juliana, will it be posted on? It will be posted. Therefore, I now leave the chair and hand back over to our speaker. Thank you. Sorry, legal advice. Thank you for telling me. In favour of the motion, 37. Against the motion, 125. Abstentions, 2. The motion is not carried. I'm handing the chair back to our Speaker of Council, Alderman Purchase.
All right. Thank you, councillors, and thank. We now move on to the next item, and that is item 45. And the first speaker there is Councillor Majuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Majuza, can you hang on a second? Councillor Mukungwana, thank you, you've dropped your hand. All right, Councillor Majuza, continue.
Please hold my time, Speaker, this time around. Speaker, let me first put it forth in front of this municipal council meeting that each and every member of this council is binded within section 41 of the Constitution of the Republic, which amongst many includes respecting the constitutional status and powers of other spheres, in particular the well-being of the Republic. Speaker, the above is governed under what is called constitutional democracy, guided by the supreme law of the country, which is the Constitution of the Republic, which further outlines the structures of government, defining citizens' rights and duties, but would also like to take us or to take note for the one that is limiting the power of those in authority, which is ourselves. On that note, the DA Cape Town municipality is not immune to these mentioned laws. Somlomo wephunga mandibeke ngendlela apho nabani na osemakhaya ungummi waseKapa akwazi ukucaceleka. Okwethu apha singamalungu elibhunga ukuqinisekisa ukubana umasipala wenza ingeniso.
We are here to make sure that.
Councillor Majuza, can you wait while the interpreter catches up with you?
Firstly, we here in order to enable the citizens of the municipality that the council is doing get some funding.
Aqinisekise ukubana iinkonzo ziyaya eluntwini kwaye la malungelo abantu awanyashwa.
And make sure that
amasela emali karhulumente.
And make sure that services are rendered and nothing is being done which is not acceptable to enable the government continues
amasela karhulumente, corruption and thieves of municipal fiscal. Speaker, here as councillors were commissioners of oath, meaning konke esikwenzayo sikhokhelwa yimithetho. In this context,
well, councillors, all that
is the MFMA.
Councillor Majuza,
yes, because I'm getting confused.
Yes, just wait and let the interpreter catch up with you. So after every 2 sentences, allow the interpreter an opportunity.
You're well noted.
Let them repeat what he said earlier.
Can you
Speaker,
just
as I said, here as councillors were commissioners of oath, meaning konke esikwenzayo sikhokhelwa yimithetho, which is the Let me stop.
All that we do, we're following the legalities.
And which in this context is the MFMA and the IDP.
It doesn't come from us. It's based on literature, on what is being said, on the legal aspect.
Going to the actual report, Speaker, for starters, what will make us to be in a position of seeking loans? I believe it will be when we're finding ourselves in an adverse projected financial flows, whether they be directed to our long-term revenue expenditure framework or short-term revenue and expenditure framework. However, this is all guided by legislative guidelines, which in this case is section 49 of the MFMA, particularly subsection 1A and B and subsection 2. First of all, the acquisition of these loans and the reasons behind are blurred, let alone the contents herein, which the MFMA section yet again exposes the DA administration's incompetency in running this municipality's finances, as was confirmed by the Provincial Treasury in our second last council meeting. Furthermore, Speaker, the deliberations shared from page 16 to 17 are also not assisting nor convincing from disbursement, drawdowns, commitment fees, and waiving to the so-called successful negotiations of this financial arrangement is totally not adhering to the said Section 49 of the MFMA. Again, this is another sign of maladministration. Also, Speaker, which priorities that the loan is set to assist us with as the municipality to achieve, or aren't these part of this city's illicit financial flows, which the administration was trying to protect by rejecting the Circular 33 from the National Treasury that was recently brought into this council? Because if that is not the case, why our capital and operational expenditures have been running short? Also, why will be in need of financial arrangements whilst our directorates are synonymous with underspending, as currently the municipality is sitting with an overall underspending of more than 15% of $1 billion rands, and the failed projects of
Good day, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Council, we're talking about item C45. It's to do with the international loan that we have taken. Council initially approved the take of the IFC loan in March 2025. The city, however, was in a favorable cash flow position during March 2025, and proceeding with the disbursement at this point would have negatively impacted the city's residents due to the difference between the interest earned on the city's investments and what the city would have paid for interest on the loan. Thus, a business decision was taken to delay the disbursement of the IFC loan to a later date, a decision made purely in the best interest of the city and in line with Council's resolution that loan funding be taken up depending on the city's cash flow requirements. To date, IFC has not invoiced us for a commitment fee yet. We are not certain whether this has subsequently been waived. Madam Speaker, what we have in front of us is that due to our cash flow, it was no need for us to take out the loan at that point in time. And we saved over 200 odd million rand in doing so. Therefore, this report is for noting, so I move that we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The report is duly noted. We move on to item 49. And the first speaker is Councillor Enkevash.
Thank you, Speaker. So let's go to my notes now, Speaker. So the Honourable Speaker, on this item, the motion from the Portfolio Committee of Safety and Security. But let me begin by saying, while national government is still busy holding national dialogues and endless discussions, here in the city we are already at work, fixing systems, strengthening service delivery, and ensuring that our people experience real change in their daily lives. We do not have the luxury of wasting and waiting for talk shops. Our residents need services today, not tomorrow. This is why we are repairing infrastructure, improving safety and security aspects, delivering basic services, and building the kind of city that works for all its people. Talk without action does not put water in the taps. No, it keeps the lights on or make the communities safer. What matters is what is done on the ground, and that is where we are leading by example. While others talk, we deliver. While others debate, we act. And while others focus on dialogue, we remain focused on finding ways of addressing gang violence, extortion, and crime in general through a motion like this one, Speaker. I would also like to propose to you to submit an amendment to the recommendation, which has been sent to yourself, to Chief Whip Rihanna and the other Rihanna and Massini, which reads as follows, that it begins on the word, on the recommendation, it is page 100, under the word further resolved. And it reads that considering the gravity of issues and ongoing prevalence of various serious crimes and violence, which will not be diminished without the substantial devolution of policing function. The motion adopted by Safety and Security Portfolio Committee at its meeting on the 6th of June 2025, and the subsequent decision by Mayoral Committee meeting on the 12th of August this year, and be included on the agenda of the next council meeting to be held today, which is this one, for discussions and endorsement. So I'm asking you, Speaker, your indulgence to allow that to rule on that amendment and also in the main for that to be endorsed. Thank you, Speaker.
The recommendation is legally compliant. So we will take the recommendation, or the amendment to the recommendation. The next speaker is Councillor Sukas.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP strongly supported this motion to devolve investigative powers to law enforcement. We believe that strengthening our law enforcement through this devolvement will only benefit the residents of Cape Town, who will see fewer criminals released back into communities through evidence-based arrest and ballistic testing. Right now, criminals are released back into the very communities where they've committed their crimes because we are seeing little to no convictions, and this is an injustice. Speaker, the art of virtue signaling is giving the public a false belief of something that you are not. Political parties that claim to be for the people have proven with this motion that they place their politics before the safety of the residents that they supposedly serve. As the ACDP, we place the residents of Cape Town first, and therefore will continue to support any interest to make our communities safer. We therefore note the report as well as the amendment made just now. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ahmad from Al Jama.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day. Speaker, just for the record, let me make it clear Al Jama was not in favor of that specific motion, as Mr. Kavazi said within the sub-council, within this PC meeting. And we as Al Jama stand on the fact that we are against what the DA are planning, because under no circumstances am I prepared to go back to apartheid. He knows what it's all about. The DAPC know what it's all about. So I am not prepared to let my people go through the struggle once again. We've been in, we went through apartheid. We know what it is to hide from bullets. We are not prepared to do it then. I so thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Eugen.
Afternoon, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue, please.
Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus fully supports this motion to devolve policing powers to the City of Cape Town. It's evident that SAPS is in a crisis nationally, with even its police minister being placed on suspension. It's also worth noting that SAPS has a backlog of 1.9 million case dockets and detectives sitting with 300 to 500 dockets per detective at the top murder stations in the city. In 2021-2022, SAPS could only solve 14.5% of murder cases due to poor quality investigations and errors in dockets, leading to most of the dockets being thrown out in courts. The Freedom Front Plus is also hopeful that granting policing powers to the City of Cape Town's Safety and Security Directorate, coupled with the expertise of the Safety and Security Investigations Unit, will lead to a significant decrease in witness killings. We saw an interview this week by Newsroom Africa with ex-Major General Jeremy Veery, where he revealed that gangs infiltrated the highest levels of SAPS members in the Western Cape, where crime intelligence documents ended up with lawyers representing gangs, which led to the unfortunate killing of an informant. The SSIU's highly trained and experienced investigators can identify and mitigate these senseless killings, providing much needed support to national government in witness protection efforts. In conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus aims to support this motion in line with our party's strong Christian values, from Deuteronomy 16 verse 20, which quotes as saying, "Justice, justice, you shall pursue." And a quote by the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, "As Christians, we need to not just be pulling the drowning bodies out of the river. We need to be going upstream to find out who is pushing them in." And I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skricker. Councillor Skricker, are you available? Unmute yourself. All right, we'll go on to Councillor. Are you there? All right, carry on. Yes, we can hear you.
today, all the NCC stand in opposition of this motion today, as we cannot support the establishment of another apartheid-era policing system. We note that the same department is currently under investigation. However, we cannot justify allocating additional resources to policing when the fundamentals of the community needs, such as school, skills development centers, and housing remains unaddressed. This approach directly undermines governance in a higher level of oversight into law enforcement, which can lead to the ruling party militarizing police for their own gain. We reject this notion of another apartheid policing system, as was witnessed during our last council meeting. And we also question the city's response to the current gang violence and outbreak on the Cape Flats, and ask why was the SWAT team, who specialize in anti-terrorism, not deployed, nor the law enforcement, nor Metro Police from the affluent areas deployed to the Cape Flats with this matter. Yet the city led by the Democratic Alliance can't even deal with our current problems. We wonder if the city's pursuit of investigating powers is truly to benefit our communities, or rather to conceal certain issues. It appears that the DA-led city has not deviated from its national party mentality, and I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin. ANC, Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, you need to unmute yourself. Councillor Martin. All right, then we're going to move on. Councillor Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this item is extremely important, and I would like to reiterate the essence of it for the context of the residents watching this meeting and the councillors that have not read the agenda. Speaker, the level of violence faced by our community is not something that can be taken lightly, which is precisely why I tabled the motion on devolving certain policing powers to the City of Cape Town. As the South African Police Service has suffocated year after year while trying to stem the plague of violence with less and less. As a city, we have consistently tried to step up and help, be that through the partnership with the Western Cape government through LEAP, creating our tactical response unit, gang and drug task team, the creation of a special weapons and tactics team. We have taken thousands of firearms off the street, but the SAPS does not have the capacity to create case-ready dockets to ensure prosecutions. The motion is aimed at providing the city with investigative powers to assist in creating these dockets. How many protests have our communities had screaming enough is enough, year after year? Councillors in this meeting have screamed enough is enough with their communities. And I'm thankful to the councillors who spoke today in favor of this effort. Thank you. I really mean that sincerely. During the debate on this motion at the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee on the 4th of June, Councillor Kasheka and Councillor Martin of the ANC voted against the city helping SAPS. Councillor Tiandela of the EFF voted against the city helping. Councillor Cupido of Good was not present as he incorrectly applied his leave and missed the meeting by mistake. When the residents needed him, he had a oops. Councillor Ahmad of Al Jamaa was not against the motion. He abstained at the Portfolio Committee. He was indifferent and abstained from making a decision with his seat. Councillor Skriker of the NCC used his seat to vote against helping SAPS and speaks against it again today. They voted against helping SAPS and helping our communities. Facebook and social media, protests and slogans and community meetings won't stop a criminal with a firearm. The seats we hold in our committee and in this council can stop it. We have the power to make real decisions here. If you have never been to Tygerberg Hospital to identify the body of a loved one with 3 bullet holes, wash that loved one's body, and climb into a grave to lower that loved one's body into their final resting place, all because of an illegal firearm, then you don't know the pain of countless families in Cape Town. And if you have had to do this and still don't think you should do everything in your power that your seat in this council gives you, then you don't deserve your seat. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation as amended, and the recommendation is on page 99 and 100 with the recommendation or the amendment. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Good is against. Anybody else against? Al Jamaa is against. Other will abstain. Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. The ANC is against. All right. And so is the PA. And so is the NCC. Nevertheless, the recommendation is carried. Thank you very much. We move on to the next item, which is item 52. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Kwebulana. Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, you asked that I allow JP to comment before we start the next item. Do you want to still take that opportunity?
If it's still allowed, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you always have the right of reply, so you can do it before we go on. So,
Sure,
the vote has been taken, but for clarity, you may do so.
Okay, well, could I ask Alderman Smith to reply to some of the comments made there?
Sure. Alderman Smith.
Speaker, am I audible?
You are, sir. Carry on.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, colleagues and all councillors. Speaker, I think that the Portfolio Chair, Councillor Ngabashe and Councillor Mohammed very eloquently made the points, but there is perhaps one or two additional matters to be added and some clarity to be shed. I do want to say thank you very much to Councillor Sukus and Councillor Eugen from the ACDP and the Freedom Front Plus for placing their commitment to the public before politics. That is really what intelligent, rational and constructive engagement in government looks like, and that is how you influence decisions and add value to your communities. I want to then take issue with the position taken by Councillor Ahmad of Al Jamaa, Speaker, who in voting against the motion, which I must confess I think of as a truly disgraceful failure of his constituents, seeks to purposefully misdirect the debate with unsupported political scare tactics. When you do that and you do not substantively engage with the issues and you simply attempt to denigrate them with broad stroke attacks like that, it shows that you have not really applied your mind, Speaker. And I think for a debate of this import and this significance, to see that happen is deeply problematic, and I hope that his supporters are taking note. As Councillor Eugen pointed out, Speaker, with increased powers, we can prevent the kind of failure that we saw with the firearms convictions, where we saw 4.6% of the firearm arrests that were made actually getting to conviction status. And that means gangsters are allowed to run amok, repeating their offences continuously. It cannot sit well in the hearts of any political party in this chamber that we see the same offenders shooting and killing our communities and our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, our children, week after week, Speaker. And whilst the city is now making 400 to 500 firearm arrests a year, a pittance of those are actually causing the people committing those crimes to be behind bars, and they're simply getting another gun. So we can achieve better results, but for that, we have to step up. We have politely engaged government over a very long time, Speaker, and they have simply ignored or kicked for touch our request. And it is time that we put polite requests aside, that we step forward, that we demand action, and that we start moving from intergovernmental dispute to litigation ultimately. Safety and security is not under investigation, as Councillor Skricker falsely claims. I have to wonder sometimes, Speaker, who the CCC actually speaks for and who pulls their strings. Perhaps it's the same gang bosses who their former members tell me gave them political donations. 230 plus of our officers is daily working with SAPS's AGU to address gang violence in gang hotspots, running from the one flare-up situation after the other, fueled by criminals who should all have been convicted by now, but for the detectives' serious lack of capacity and a completely inadequate number of detectives. So I really must say shame on Councillor Skriker, Speaker, for speaking against our communities, speaking against the coloured child, speaking against the black child, speaking against the white child, and every other child in our city. And I do want to thank all the councillors who have now helped us take a big step forward and who will permit us to bring this matter to conclusion, hopefully in this term of office, so that we can do more for our communities and carry on being the city of hope and opportunity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We now move on to item 52, and this is Councillor Kubalana. Councillor, you need to unmute yourself. Councillor, are you going to take this opportunity? Hey? All right. Councillor Dambuza, I see your hand is up. Is it specifically around the Councillor Kubalana's speaking turn?
Yes, Speaker. Councillor Kobulana is having a problem with the device. She's one of the people who've been having problems right through this meeting. So she's been struggling now to get into. So the problem that we've been raising is still consistent. And that is why she can't speak, Ngoku.
So is she in the council chamber or the sub-council office or
no, Kaloku, virtual meeting does not require a sub-council office or a chamber.
No, but
you used your discretion for a
thank
virtual
you.
meeting.
That's enough. We're going to move on.
Toilet.
Well, that wouldn't be appropriate. Councillor, we're going to move on to Alderman, to the Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the item.
Thank you. The item is moved. Thank you. We note that. Thank you. Then we move on to the next item. Okay, so that concludes the open part of the agenda. Before we move to the confidential items, can I ask that the officials ensure that the YouTube link is terminated? Thank you to those that have been watching on YouTube. And we now go into a confidential session. Can we then ensure that those that are not required on the meeting get leave the meeting or get disconnected?